You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
JJ. Hi. Got a minute? All right. I've got JJ O'Brien with me. So what do you think?
I think it's great so far. I've just been making my rounds through the vendors, and I'm only about halfway through. But it's been very interesting. It's a great crowd here. It's very busy, so I'm just slowly making my way through. Yeah.
I saw you up on stage during the seminar there.
Yes, I was very proud to be representing Education and speaking on the Sovereign Inherent Rights panel with my colleague, Jose Bourgeois, who's absolutely amazing, and with Kathy and Sturgis. It was a great panel, and I was very honored to be a part of it.
Yeah, good. Now, I guess you're spending the rest of the day walking around. Are you in any more panels?
No more panels today, but I'm going to walk around some more, and then I'll be seeing everybody in the consumption lounge later and hopefully hitting it at the after party.
It was raining when I was outside last, so I came in, do some more interviews, but it was nice out there earlier.
I know. I'm hoping it's going to clear up and we can.
It was crowded. It wasn't big enough.
No, I know, and they kicked a bunch of us out, so I hope we're getting back in.
I just have to move out of the way. All right. What else offhand? Can you let us know we're doing anything independently? But I know you're with Education. Shout out to them.
Yes, absolutely. Shout out to Education. We're a nonprofit here in Canada that's dedicated to promoting responsible cannabis education in Canada. So check us out at education.info or send us an email. We do have a membership. We have a community and leadership membership. If you have some level of cannabis education, come and join us. Or if not, come and join us as well, and we can educate you.
All right, super. Thank you very much. All right, I'll let you go and make your way. Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
We're very excited today to have on the spot with us John Burfello. John, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. This is like an honor. Pretty fantastic. And I think I matched the background. Same shirt, same color. Yellow. I like
Right?
that.
Yeah.
I
I
like
should
how
be
you
on
did
your
that.
side. I was like, how can I get your background? And
You would just blend right in.
Yeah, you
I
would.
blend right in.
The green screen might it would look right through your chest, though. You'd be able to see
I
right
like
through there.
Yeah.
Well, then you just see all the rosin falling inside of me.
I remember, John, when I first met you, MJ will probably walk through her story in a minute, but I met you down at Lyft in Toronto not too long ago. You came up to our booth 0. We were sitting out there in our unicorn outfits, and MJ was like, "No, you don't know who that is." Like she was like almost like rock star level.
Well,
I was like, "Who is this dude walking around Toronto?"
Timmy has no idea. That was actually the first time I got to meet John too, because John lives on the other side of Canada. So I never really had the
but she
pleasure
knew of
meeting him.
you.
Yes, I knew of John because it was my very first 420 that I was like, fuck this noise. I'm going to Vapor Central. Matt Murnaugh was running for mayor, I think it was. I'm like, I'm going to go protest. I'm going to walk down the street with everybody. I'm going to go to 420. And it was that 420 that we were handing these things. I'm sure it was many 420s. Now, this one is from Vancouver, 420, I just want to say. This one is the 25-year celebration special anniversary edition. I have quite a few collectibles, which we did talk about at Lyft. But as soon as I seen this device, here, Timmy, do you want to hold the lid?
Sure.
So I fell in love. It's a container, it's a grinder, it's waterproof, it's airtight, it's smell proof. I've dropped these things off the side of the boat and it floats. Like, I can't tell you how many people I've talked about this thing too. And I was like, I got to know who made this. I guess
it was you. I guess it was you.
And as soon as I Googled Medtainer, it was like, John. I'm like, okay. Like, I got to start. Like, I was like, so of course, when I seen John at Lyft with he was carrying around his bag of Medtainers, I was like, and Timmy's like, what? I was like, it's him. I was like, oh my God, I'm actually going to get to meet him. That's so awesome. So that was my first time meeting John too.
So does that happen a lot, John? Are you a rock star in the
got fans all over? You don't even know.
It's pretty humbling and honoring to be able to touch so many people around the world and be able to associate that being with, and I feel it's what's the best way of saying it? I was in the tip of Mexico, in the middle, in front of me was the ocean. It was 8 a.m. and I go outside and we're looking at the beach and there's no one around here. There's Johnny fucking B. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And you know what? At that point, you could just feel inside of you going, wow, I'm in Mexico. And there was actually a Lyft concert going on. So, of course, there's a bunch of Lyft fans there. They're watching all the videos on Bubble Man's World. And I'm like, fucking, oh my God, it's Johnny B. And that was that first moment when it was kind of like, you know, like you were actually impacting and showing people how much something you're passionate, what you truly love. And people are picking up on that emotion and that story, what you're really truly about. And it's really nice to see how we've affected the nation on our passion about this plant and what we're able to do with it. And when you see that and you truly visualize what you truly mean about, and then when you get at a certain part of the world or you're in the lineup at a Safeway, you hear Johnny B. And I'm like,
yeah.
And it's from the videos. It's not so much Medtainer. Medtainer was a part of a big focus of the life, but I mean, it really came down to is the empowerment of growth and being able to the journey of my cannabis journey was really truly it helped me in so many ways. The cannabis community was truly the biggest help, is the people like yourselves and everybody that's listening here and the people around that truly are passionate about a plant and they can feel that energy, you know. And I think that's what it was, is it's the plant gave me the energy, and no matter where I go, I was like, freedom. That's why I got the shirt on, right? It's just it's like, and I'll get excited and I miss my bong and I'll leave this back up again.
Oh, go for it.
What?
I was just going to ask, speaking of your cannabis journey, you've obviously been a consumer and an advocate for many years. Do you remember the first time you consumed and actually got high? Was it a good trip? Was it a bad trip?
Well, I definitely was younger, and you're probably going back to, you know, I'm a young lad, and you know what? I remember it just helping me. You know, I remember it was something that I truly like. You know, doing your dab.
Medicine. Yeah, don't let us distract you from that a second time. See how easy that was? Heat it up and
I see that, yeah. The fact that you gotta have a blowtorch with you. Wait, what is that for?
Is that the temperature thing?
This is the Terp Tech. So this is the Terp Tech. This is from Mothership. It's a little digital Terp Tech right here.
You just aim it at it?
Aim on the bottom.
Tells you temperature.
Give you that perfect temperature, that perfect tech. So
you don't heat it up too much. You don't burn
it. I was always known as the hot dabber.
Mm-hmm.
Dab the fuck up videos from Barcelona with Bubble Man, and you know, it's I used to like the hot dab because it helped me with my pain. You know, if a lot of people know me from Medtainer. I was like, you know, I can do the little walk around here because some of the first Medtainers are going back. This is the legend of the first Medtainers are right here. This is This is 2012. This is really the beginning stages of Medtainer. Some Broken Coast, from High Times, from I got Sons of Anarchy. I got Crooks and Castles, Crowns, and yeah, Vapor Central. Here's an old Vapor Central one.
My goodness.
Just lost that one there. So I'm looking over here and not looking for you guys. I'm busy looking at them, and you guys can't see what's going on here. So as I'm getting all excited, but you get to see all the different ones here from the original Puff ones, Treating Yourself, the very first in Vancouver 420, stuff like that. So that's kind of like my little memory of the beginning of Medtainer, and my vision, and the whole reason was I wanted to take cannabis around the world, the green one. Because it helped me so much, and with the smell-proof container to keep it fresh and safe, and to keep my medicine beside me, and I was able to take it wherever I went. Because wherever I had, you know, it really came down to is after my fall, I of course filled up my forms and got legal, and was able to grow my 49 plants at 10 grams a day. This is in 2005, by the way, guys. So I am definitely an old grower and have been in the system for a very long time. So that's like 17 years of legally being able to grow cannabis in this country. And before that, I've been growing illegally for 17 years. So can you imagine, like, you know, like it's like it's a full circle now, because now I look at it, wow, it's been I've been doing this for 35 years. I'm 49, 50 years old. And when I was 16 years old, at that point, I had been charged for possession of cannabis. And I said I was going to do this legally when I got older and fuck the system, right? Well, yeah, here we are. And 17 years of doing it illegally and 17 years doing it legally. So I pretty much, you know, I've got a lot of stories, a lot of wisdom, a lot of interesting things that I've really realized that when you start digging through the old archives, and I was just showing you guys that we're sitting here dabbing with the rig and everything else like that. But if all you newbies have no idea, but we used to dab from a lighter that we rigged up and put a little piece of metal on there, and you can see this little thing on there. And we'd heat this up. It doesn't work right now. And then you get your pin, you put on there to do a dab, because there's no such thing as a rig. There was no quartz banger. There was none of these things. These didn't exist.
It was like a portable hot knife.
It wasn't. Oh, you're gonna love this. So we're talking about, I was more than that. We did the spoon and the knife. This is 16 years old. This is 34 years old in my hand. I dug out some stuff I just showed you. I have a rolling tray that I used when I was a kid. So
that's great.
You can imagine little things. You guys remember these old little vaporizers?
Oh my God. Yes. That's crazy.
But of course, I have my volcano down here, right?
Oh yeah, you gotta have the volcano.
Yeah,
You
and
guys
then you
have a lot of tools.
Oh yeah.
I've been using cannabis as a medicine my whole life. A lot of people, if I look out when I was younger, were on Ritalin or different things like that for maybe ADHD. But I mean, young John over here was smoking a little bit of cannabis at a very young age and didn't get hooked on all of these pharmaceutical drugs until, of course, his fall, right? And then we'll talk more about that. But
so you knew it was You knew it was medicine right from the beginning.
that's what I mean. It's been a medical journey for me for 34 years. And I know that. And I know that so much. And you can see it. And you're like, how can they ever tell me this is a drug? And I fought for that my whole life. I stood, everybody knows, on stages in front of people. This is my medicine, freedom. And then seeing where it is today, that I could pick up a nano-emulsification drink and get some relaxation, to me is just like,
yeah, it's huge.
I fought for it. You know, I got kombucha drinks. I just finished one. I was ready to grab one, but I got like THC shots. I mean, I got THC drinks everywhere. They're pretty awesome. Here we go. Great for your smoothie. I think they're fantastic. Like, they really are.
Nice.
I love how you said right near the beginning there, you know, when you were like 16, 17, and you're like, when I get older, I'm going to do this legally. Like, you even had this vision of like, it will be legal one day. I'm going to get there and I'm going to help it get there.
Yeah. No, I actually can honestly say I had that. I remember I strictly said that. I'm going to do this legally when I get older. I'm going to grow it legally and sell it. And I was 16 years old. And it was something that I felt that then it was like, I'm not doing anything wrong.
Right.
This is helping me. Like it is today. Like we see this all over the world. Like we see it helping children. We see it helping young adults, old adults. We see it helping grandma and grandpa with arthritis, whatever it is.
Yeah, I
you
didn't
can't
actually
deny it now. It's kind of like it's over the top. Like the amount of research I have in the filing cabinets and the information that, because I'm unpacking boxes from 15 years ago in the last like couple of days, and you're like pulling out these archives going, okay, I have been doing this my whole fucking life, haven't I? Because someone said something, because I talked to someone who knew you like 15 years ago, and they had the same story as the guy who knew you last week, because you haven't changed. I'm like, I said, you should talk to my friends from 25 years ago, 30 years ago. Like, things haven't changed, you know? Like, it's always been about the education and the passion of a plant that helps us in so many different ways. And for me, it's always been about growth. And I always say that. Grow your own, grow your life. And cannabis helped me grow through so many different stages of my journey and this life that has been so awesome. You know what I mean? Like, and every time I can think about it, you know what? I can put the fragrance of the strain to a different time of the era throughout my time of life. How about fucking that? I can take the smell of the 80s of those strains, you know, those high sticks that you got when you were a kid and pulled the seed out of. I can envision that strain and that smell, and it will take me back to that era. So that it takes me back to that emotion, to that scent of the strain throughout my life, and all those different strains. When you talk to somebody at my age, we can now put right to that moment, go, oh fuck, I remember that. I went to that concert in White Snake, and you know what I mean? Like, all of a sudden you can place that moment in time. And I think that's what is so great about cannabis is with that smell, you can then place it to a moment in time. And you know what? Smell and emotion and a story is what we're really linked to so much in life. Like, as we're sitting here talking about it, we can all smell, we could close our eyes and everybody can now concentrate on that first smell. And then they can associate it to a taste.
I never thought about that, because the smell of weed when I first started way back in like the 90s, 2000s, it smelled different. It was very skunky. It was very like,
and I think in the 80s of the Thai sticky of that Mexican funk that I loved. I can now place the 80s. I can remember 1986. You know what I mean? Like, I was in school. I had the ripped jeans, had the backwards hat, Metallica jacket. I should put my Metallica shirt on me back in a second. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I wear that Metallica shirt every day still. That's one thing about the 80s, right? But that's one thing about cannabis has done so much for me is it's even the 90s. And then I remember the juicy fruits and the grapefruit and stuff like that. And the beginning of the OG Kushes, and coming into 2000s, we got into Then he got into a lot of the juicy strains, but the Kushes were slowly coming in, breaking those grounds because I was always a Kush guy, and then as things with the blueberry, around the blueberry, that was a very tasty strain.
I feel like I'm missing out on something here because
it all just smells like weed.
Yeah, we joke all the time. Like she'll be like, she gets so upset when she's like, smell this, and I'm like, it smells like weed. I don't have that.
I just grew Bruce Banner number 3 and Blueberry Headband from Humboldt. And two completely different terpene profiles, and I'm like, and he's like, oh yeah, I can tell that they smell different, but I don't smell anything in particular. Like you can't pull out the nodes, whereas like a lot of us can go, oh my god, I smell limonene, or I smell myrcene, or
there's some people like that. They're so on par with those smells. They go, this is limey, this is that, and I'm like, what's it smell like? Really fucking good weed. I'll give it to you now. I go, you know the 90s? Like, yeah, right there. Like, see how I can describe weed to an era. Okay. Right? Where a lot of people can go, I got the piney or the maple or this or that. And someone goes, look at my kid, looks just like him. I'm like, how? That doesn't look like you. That kid looks like someone completely different. Is you sure that's your kid? Because I'm that person. You know what I mean? Like certain things that I just can't associate with. But I know the fruity or the lemon or the orangey or that OG, that gas, like how you describe your cannabis. And I'm a gas guy. If it's works for my pain, I'll say it over and over. I want that kush. I want that smack. I want to open up a jar and do this.
I get hit in the face.
Fuck. You know? Like, fuck.
Does that look familiar?
Can you guys smell this with me? Like,
oh that's probably really terpene.
Like, okay, this is pink goo, and it's just another pink kush, but this one's just an over the top good pheno. Van ran this for me, full plant profile, so 73 159. And when I wash things, so people are like, well, I can't wash like that. Well, it's because you take your shitty weed and wash it, or you take your sugar leaf when we used to make bubble hash back in the late 90s, something like that. So we've changed fire in, fire out. So you take everything, you put it in there. If you don't have, I don't have a big enough one, well, then get a little of it. Remember, someone says, I don't have enough weed. We can supply you with 1 gallon bubble bags. You know what I mean? You don't need to have a 20-gallon bag because everybody has the 20. Oh, look at those guys.
Yeah.
I laugh because you know what? This is all I used to make my hash with, guys. Look, I still have the spoons in here and everything, along with the beginning medtainers, TY. So this is 2013, 2012. Wow. And it's funny because I used to have instead of my OxyContin in here, I'd keep my rolly papers with the rosin in there. See, this is how old this shit is.
Yeah.
Instead of OxyContin, I was using cannabis. I was using oil. I had to use extractions to get off. Do the painkillers. So this is another big thing because that's what really helped me get off of a lot of the heavy painkillers was the active forms of THC and those concentrates. And then being able to use like the joints throughout the day would be able to alleviate the pain a little bit, but in reality it was the converted forms of THC, the Canacaps. I found the whole Canacap making kit the other day too. It's kind of like memories. That's cool. Shit, that's 1988, right? You gotta understand we were decarboxylating and activating cannabis, and that was Dr. Hornbeam. He started doing that in 2005, 2006, right? So it was 04 or 5. Certain things that happened back then, but I was just like, I'm in archive mode right now because of everything around me. Like you guys, this is a great time to do this because as I'm unpacking a lot of stuff that's being packed in boxes. And when I mean like packed in boxes, I'm thinking like, look at how old these bubble bags are.
Oh my!
Look how used they are.
Oh my!
Like you can't tell you I did not make a lot of 1 gallon hash. You know, this is all we had back then because I was a medical patient. I literally could not pull a 5 gallon bag. No fucking way. Not for the life of me. When people say you can't do it, then go for a little one.
Yep.
And I used that thing was my best friend with the plant in there right now. As you can see, there's always plants in my life. They're everywhere.
Well, that's great. It just goes to show people that they don't need large scale.
You don't
need a lot of cannabis to do this.
All you need is passion.
Yep. And concentrates are great for people that need that like extra pain relief than like you're saying, smoking a joint only.
You can mix a mixer. That's how I used to mix mine. I used to mix it like this.
Yep.
Right? Yep. I mean, it's not like, and then I would strain it and I'd put it through here. You can still see the hash in there. Yep. Right? Yep. I used the sieve and then I put it in the freezer. And then I forgot about it for a year. Wrapped it, and then that was the first freeze-dried hash. Yeah. People laugh about it, but my hash was pistol white. It burned like white as a ghost and it went right through the screen. It's 2013. Yeah. Nice. And I was told, that was first the street drying hash. It was an accident. I remember giving it to Skunk Man Sam, Dave Watson, because I was in Amsterdam and had this 3 gallons. He's like, that's fucking killer.
Amazing.
I'm like, fucking Mike, this guy likes my hash all the fuck.
Well, it's amazing how those products are created. Like I remember wax, when wax first came out. And I was like, what is this wax? And they're like, well, it was, or butter or whatever. It was like, oh, well, basically somebody was trying to make oil or shatter and they agitated it too much in trying to evaporate the alcohol. And they created this like whipped product. And Buddy was like, well, I don't want to throw it away. So they smoked it.
Remember stuff back in the day, we called stuff glass because we did some stuff with other things. Yeah, I did the glass days. I remember going around and getting everybody super high. This is awesome. So here, you guys are in the archive lane right here.
What is that?
We have some of the first Horatio stuff ever made, the packs. We have some of the first place cannabis cups, some of the first hashes ever kind of done in certain ways. This stuff is so old, it's ridiculous. Like this is like this is hash that's like 20 years old type deal. Yeah, this is my little box of things that have happened throughout like the first some of the first shatters ever made, some of the first distillates. I'm having fun with you guys right now.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We tried to create medicine and we didn't exactly know what we were doing.
Yeah, like this is some of the first stuff ever made back in the days, guys. Like, I know you know how old this is. This is like, oh man, this is. I feel like I want to smoke that.
Take like a little like
wait,
dab pen to it.
As a newbie though, I know it's
oh, I can't. I know.
You can't, right?
Yeah.
He's like, it's too old.
Yeah,
no, like it's kind of like I'm excited here right now. I got
like I know it's nostalgic.
I'm excited because you're excited.
Well, there's some of the stuff you've never seen before, right? Some of the stuff that we've kind of like. It's the first. This is some of the first rosin ever made. Yeah. Because that was soy grown style, and we were. This is me putting it into a bag and squishing it for the first time in a bag. Never squished in the bag because we were doing it just with the bud and the parchment. So
were you using a hair straightener?
I have the original hair straightener.
Okay, I was gonna say because that was back in the day, right? Hair straighteners with the bags. That's why women were so pissed off at the boyfriend.
You guys hated me. I was like investing in Revlon when I did the Death of BHO video before they took it down. It had like 2.6 million views on it. Yeah. When they ripped that sucker down, but here we go. Hair straightener days.
It wasn't long before somebody said, "I need to make a shop press with heated metal plates, like adjusted temperatures."
Well, that's because we did that one. Here's the original hair straightener.
Look at it.
See, it's still duct taped together.
I used
to step on it.
Yeah.
Constantly amazed. You like the cannabis community takes regular items
here's the next one.
And makes it work.
I think MacGyver must have been a cannabis consumer.
It's crazy.
Oh, shit, look at the archives in here, guys. I fucking love this crap. Here's some of these are the cannabis. This is when I won my cannabis cup. Oh, they're right here. Second place for CBD.
Ooh.
And then I got first place for best CBD concentrate right there.
Nice.
Yeah, and always knowing is not enough, you must apply. If applying is not enough, you must do that. I live by that my whole life. I've had that.
Wait, say that again.
Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, you must do. Bruce Lee.
Right.
That has been my saying through my recoveries, through my life, through my growth, through everything that I do. Here's one of my that's what Bob High did for me. That made me 420 Weed Master. That's why I was on Instagram for so long. Until I had to change it to John Buffalo Official because of the 54 fake accounts. 64. There was another one yesterday. 64.
Oh man.
It's power. It's pretty cool.
I can honestly say that I never ever thought that I would see somebody so passionate about cannabis. Like I grew up in the church. I was You know, we
But
were
this is
told
my
lies.
passion. Yeah, but your passion was what? Like, I believe in God. Like,
Yeah, well, I mean,
right?
I'm watching you talk about cannabis like I used to talk about like Blue Jay memorabilia. Like if you ever came to my house and watched like and looked through, I got tickets from like, you know, Blue Jay games from the early 80s and programs. And but I grew up in a world that never, I thought
I'm
people,
like looking around. I got the first seed cups and stuff like that from
yeah,
Attitude Seed Bank shirts and shit.
I
From
didn't know
back
this
in
was
the days.
possible. You're
Yeah, but
blowing my
that's the thing.
mind.
Cannabis has been so much a part of his life. And I honestly didn't know it was medical at all until the doctor slapped me in the face pretty much when I
I
was
just
in.
gave you. Look at me. It's like smack. What do you mean? It is. If you're
Well,
using cannabis, I'm sorry you're using it for medical purposes because it's.
I agree.
It helps
I agree.
shit. It helps everything. It's
Even if you don't
homeostasis.
know you're using it medicinally, it's still preventative and
CBD.
completing
There's
your
60 cannabinoids
endocannabinoid system.
plus in the
Yeah.
cannabinoids. There's over 60 different cannabinoids that we have known of. There's probably more that we have no idea. There's the most abundant ones we look at, which is going to be your top 6 or top 8. But now we got into CBGA, CBGC. I mean, there's THCV, THCA. I figured there was a CB3 receptor that I had a hypothesis in 2008 that worked inside the spinal column that helped anti-inflammatory. That hypothesis in 2008 became reality in 2013. They talk about it more today and how it helps with people's spinal cord injury. And that's what I suffer from. And that's why certain strains work for inflammation and anti-inflammatory effects. That's why saving the terps are so important. Because those terps help me with my pain. When you put 15 terpenes underneath my nose and one took the pain away, what would change your mind? Would that change your mind? Anybody? You're in extreme pain. They just took out your C4 and C5 vertebrae because you had an accident. You're in all this pain. Your friends come in and they put 15 terpenes underneath your nose. Number 11, you're like, what the fuck? You're pulling it back with and give me that because it was taking my pain away. That's when it changed my mind. That's when cannabis really opened up my whole pathway of how the terpenes help regulate the THC to give me the longevity. And that's how I got off my Oxycontin and all my other pills by using cannabis along with the Oxycontin to give longevity so they have to make my pills as long. Because the active forms of THC, they don't want to talk about this, but guess what? Patient testimonials can talk all fucking day, right? I shouldn't swear though.
No, it's all good.
That's okay.
He said the patient word.
The patient word, yeah.
No,
but here
it's okay, you can swear.
But here's the thing, John. Your story and your passion is exactly like when we talk about breaking down the stigma and the people who came from my world and are still around. You know, it's like it's the people's stories, like you're saying. You know, like the personal experience is what helps people understand.
Well, I'm so happy with phone looks instead of the other things. If you guys showing all this great stuff, right? So,
no, that's awesome.
But this is the whole idea, and this is part of the culture or whatever you're into. Is like, I mean, everybody's like you say, you're into your sports memorabilia. I mean, I used to be into race car driving. I love Dale Earnhardt. And, you know, I used to have all that stuff, and I still have all my trucking magazines and all my Arnold Schwarzenegger magazines when I was a kid because I, you know, used to work out and stuff like that. But I mean, through all of that, there's always been cannabis in my life, but it's been a medicinal part. It wasn't about getting high. Of course, I enjoy getting high. Don't kid yourself. We all do. I enjoy that enjoyment. I enjoy that relief. But I mean, at the same time, it gives me focus. So, I mean, some people treat it different ways, but I mean, that's like anything. And when you look at how a plant was given to us that grows naturally, that helps us every day. Yeah. What I see now, what is lacking is the connection with the patients and the culture that I saw so much over the decade of being in the industry, of going around to all the clubs and meeting with the patients and talking about the strains and just the interaction of the rolling and grabbing the pipe with the dry sift or grabbing the dab rig or getting the joint ready or getting the rolly or whatever it was. It was all part of that culture or that interaction with one another. And it seems like legalization took that away from the patients that truly need it. And I see that because where did they go? I know we got Zoom meetings, we do certain things right now, but I mean, the people that I know so much that were truly interactive, I felt like, I do feel like, and I see it, it's like where the patients go. And I know a lot of the things are being shut down because the medical system that was there is now slowly going away when it comes to that. And you'll see that on all of the, I hear a lot of talk about how now the products being offered on the medical end for legalization now is slowly like being decreased because the legalization part, there's so much of it, but then there's no education on it.
Mhm.
You walk into a store and they look at all the different strains and you got no fucking idea what it is, do you? It's a crapshoot now.
If you don't
Hundreds
have
of
the
them.
educated bud tender, forget it. Forget it. But yeah, like I was saying before, I unfortunately just thought I was brainwashed too as a teenager that cannabis was a drug and that, you know, I was bad for doing it, even though I felt that I didn't see anything wrong with it. I felt good when I did it. I was still in control of myself. But I didn't realize that I was self-medicating for my anxiety and depression until the doctor, like I said, slapped me in the face and was like, you do realize that for the last however many years you've been consuming cannabis as a form of medication. Because my partner at the time was telling me I was a drug addict. So it's
Oh,
hard
don't you like
when
that?
society
I was
is
told
telling
that
you,
too.
you know, like it's difficult. We really need to work hard still to break the stigma with certain people. I know those guys.
It's my old rolling tray.
That's awesome.
Oh,
My
nice.
kid. You can see, like it's like. I mean, come on.
But that's not a rolling tray
That was my rolling
originally.
tray. Oh, no,
But you made it a tray. But what was it first? Like a wall sign or something?
I don't know whatever it was, but back then it was like this is a perfect rolling tray.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
It flips underneath everything. No one can see it.
Yep.
But I mean, I find it like really hard to remember. Like I didn't really hide my cannabis use in a sense. Like even though it was illegal, I felt like it was legal because of my injuries, and I was like, "Fuck the system."
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you said you injured yourself.
Yes.
Okay.
Several times.
Okay.
When I was a kid, I hit my foot. I hurt it. I cut my finger when I got older. No kidding. My big accident that really was life changing for me would have been June 23rd of 2005. And that was when I fell 20 feet into concrete.
Ouch.
But if we want to kind of back up a little bit, and when I hit a dump truck head on in 1991, I was using cannabis before that, but I think after the dump truck accident, I used cannabis and I wasn't on pharmaceutical drugs. It was interesting. If I take a look at era and time, and when I was a kid, I used cannabis, and other kids were in school and they're getting put on Ritalin and stuff like that, and I'm over here smoking weed, and I'm like, what's wrong with you guys? You know, and then what really turned in for me is after falling 20 feet in the concrete and waking up, and I was in that extreme major pain. My fall, I broke my neck in 4 places, so I had a C6 burst fracture. So I'm plated between the C5 and C7, and I'm bolted between the C3 and the C6.
Okay.
I completely shattered my arm, so this was all K-wired in. So I still have K-wires left in the arm. So this is all hypersensitive. It's kind of weird. It's where the pain comes in all the time. I broke my teeth. I shattered my ankle. I broke my hip.
Jeez.
I had some pretty major injuries. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was life changing. And you know, if I speed up today and I had to write this thing about a month ago about what I would, you know, if I would change, if I would do anything, what would I do at this age and stuff like that. And I wrote down everything I would do, and at the end of it, then I wrote it all out. They said, you didn't change, you were hurt. And then I thought about it. I said, yeah, but it wouldn't be who I am then right now, right? Because it's what defines who you are, and you start realizing who you are and why cannabis was such a big part of my life, and where I started realizing that when I got out of the hospital, this was a big thing for me, is I ate a beautiful brownie from the British Columbia Compassion Club Society. This brownie was made by Paul Hunt, who was the baker, and Paul Hornby was the scientist who was testing and decarboxylating with the 2 Pauls that came up with this beautiful brownie method. That brownie method actually was found out later more of where the brownie method came from, but I won't disclose that till once they're both passed away one day, right? But these gentlemen found a way of being able to activate THC so it binds receptors to help people who are in chronic pain. And we didn't know that back then. This is new research that about everything and how we eat. Everything today when it comes to it is decarboxylating. That was basically by scientists and people like Paul Hornby and Paul Hunt who sat and researched all this. I remember back in the days when I was sitting in the lab with Dr. Hornby and the new place had came on, which is Harborside. It was Steve D'Angelo. We thought he was the fly on the wall inside the lab because he was doing things that no one had done before, and we were the first ones doing it. And then we got some friends from back in the days. Jason Beckhead came up, and this is he's pretty big in the U.S. What he's doing, fantastic friend. And this is all these days of era when this is just groundbreaking and how it's changed everything. We talked about putting different cannabinoids in bags. I mean, I talked about this, separating it. It didn't exist. Okay, it didn't exist. We were like, I was like crystal ball. I fucking honestly felt I had a crystal fucking ball. 100%, because everything that is today is what, and I say we're going to separate these cannabinoids, dry sifting, everything. I didn't even know about dry sifting, the separation. And now there's different separations. I'm going to be able to separate those gland heads by size, by density. That's going to be new, and it's going to be by cannabinoid ratios. I do believe there's certain things inside of those head and the sizes and the resin glands and the maturity levels. That's why I talk about first bounce and harvesting different levels of trichomes.
Yes, I love that. I do that too.
Everybody knows that. First bounce is very important. Curing, I've done 3-month pain cures, 2 weeks. I'm done curing with dehumidifiers, destroy your resin. I've cured it so many different ways. It's about saving the terps, and it's about holding that relative humidity level, holding that active water, which is, you don't want to, believe me, I've done this enough. You don't want to kick your relative humidity in your room below 65 because once you put it in a container, it'll be below 55. When you do that, it's kind of taking that thin layer of, say, like saran wrap off of that terpene head, and you're going to smell it as fragrant, but that's what you want to taste and feel. That's the aromatherapy. That's the medical effects that you're taking away from what I need. I need that standardized after spending basically my whole adult life trying to standardize cannabis in certain ways, with growing, with lighting, with everything from different nutrients, from Medi-1, from standardization, from decarboxylating to finding that sweet spot. I soon realized in working with Boveda and looking at things and having a nice little water activity machine. It's here somewhere. I was just using it. It's like all these tools are around me. I have water. I have a light meter right here because the sun was running through the sun, and I'm looking at this stuff. See the passion? Like when you love your hockey team or you love your Blue Jays, you know everything about every player, what they've done. I know everything about every instrument and how cannabis is measured in so many different ways. It's stupid because that's like my favorite fucking team. Your best way of you saying it, but that's how it is. It's my favorite fucking baseball, football team, hockey team, whatever it is, and I know every player. I know how many times they scored, when they scored, how they saved it, what they've done, and when they haven't, I push them to see how they've done it. Okay, how can you do this? That's me growing in my videos and the 350 plus videos online of me growing my own medicine, because I'm showing you how I've learned. Because I'm curious, like you guys are. That's why we're both so engaged, because we're both curious about one another, you know, like.
Yeah. Well, the knowledge, John, that you must have, because I know it doesn't mean anything to Timmy as you're talking about, you know, Paul squared, both of them, and you're throwing names out, and he's just like, they're just names. But these are
these are the legends in my eyes. When you got the Soma Mission, you got the Franco. He gave me the shirt from Strain Hunters. I remember talking with Franco in 2012, was it 2013, in Amsterdam. And
see, that's like a dream.
And you can hear a pin drop as people were around me, and as they could hear, I looked around me, I could see I was surrounded by people. People were taking pictures of me and Franco talking, because I had just won first place in Toronto for my medical kush, for Medi Kush, and it was it's you know, it's a special strain. And Franco loved that strain. He's an indica guy, and we got depth into growing, how indicas grow, and the leaf density, and the patterns, and on the light, and how it shaded this, and
oh my God,
and awesome. And I could even, you know, I'm right there because I could smell. It's the smell, and it was like that moment in time.
Oh my God, I'm getting teary-eyed, John. Like you have no idea. Like, right? I'm like in Amsterdam.
It was special. Yeah. It was a very special moment in my life. Yeah.
I can't even imagine.
Thank you for that. Yeah,
you're welcome.
Yeah,
I hope that when I'm in the industry,
a very special moment in my life of being able to. Let me tell you one thing. and I just read a book. It's called Proximity Principle. You should read it. Everybody here should read it. Wow, I'm sitting here in tears of something. I'm a beautiful man. Franco was an amazing soul, and rest in peace and all those great people out there, from Jason Wilcox, from Horatio, and from Greg Williams and Michelle Rainey. Wow.
Now you're really going to make me cry. You're going in deep, aren't you?
Tracy and stuff like that. There's so many people I miss and love so much, and they're in me. The spirit's in me. That vision, that creation, that love, that passion, and it's all in every one of us right here. That's why we have these tears right now, because it's the passion of the plant, right? And the people that you associate yourself with, those memories.
Yeah.
And that plant took me to a moment in time when I was with Franco and talking in Amsterdam in 2013 and being surrounded. And look at that emotion. That's what the plant does to you. That's what a hockey team does to you. That's what your best player does for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what we've talked about before on this thing. Is like I still don't.
This is an amazing interview. I feel so blessed to be able to sit here and talk out loud. When you mentioned like the hockey team,
I don't
covered in tears.
Yeah, I know. I'm sitting here looking. I'm going. I could tell you so much about this player right now who just got new on the team and what he's been doing, because he's like fucking awesome.
Yeah.
He's been able to measure everything and be able to get on par and be able to know when the player's got to come to play. Like that's what the temp
and
does.
he showed us the rookie with the lighter and the metal piece.
This is where the
rookie was right here. This was the temp tech. He came in the beginning. He didn't know how to do it. He's the Wayne Gretzky, right? But I mean, then we had to have Alberta show up.
Well, this is where the connection comes. Though, like even though I don't yet know these specific people and these things, I'm drawn to the passion because I understand the passion. My passion happened to be in sports, and so I can I see the tears, and even though I'm not have that connection, I appreciate it and love it. And it's one of the things that has helped me go from preaching against cannabis to being an advocate, because I'm seeing these stories and I'm seeing this passion, and I'm seeing
people that are awesome,
real people. It's been huge.
Yeah, we're real, just over here, Sean.
Yeah, and we're not like your typical lazy stoner, like the stigma seems to stay.
Well, you know what? The whole thing is you can do that with anything and anybody. And the guy that all he does is sit at home and play video games, because I see my neighbors when I go on my 5 a.m. walk, kids are still up playing video games at 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then at 2 o'clock, they come outside in their pajamas on, like, oh, morning, with a big smile on their face. I'm like, yeah, I remember that fucking days. Yeah, I was stupid. I wish I would have learned what I know now back then. And the adult was 50 was telling me back then to grow the fuck up. I was like, yeah, shut up. I'm like,
now, you don't know anything.
Now, when you're talking about going for your 5 o'clock walk, one of the things that I can really relate to you with, that I'm super excited I stumbled across, was I'm on this health journey to get my, to really optimize my life, and seeing you're on like this 100 push-ups a day thing.
Well,
and I'm seeing your pictures of your
50.
I started with 50 push-ups a day for 50 days while turning 50. I started November 10th, and on January 31st, and I turned 50 on when I was there. I saw you guys. That never stopped. I went on my morning walks, 5 a.m. when I was in Sudbury, Ontario, minus 21. I'm on my walk doing push-ups outside. I haven't missed it. The day when that convoy started to go across Canada there at 8:15 in the morning, out on the freeway doing push-ups, showing them doing push-ups, and watching the convoy starting. So that was kind of cool for me. And I was like, okay, I'll do it this way. I started my push-up challenge. How about this? Like this. February 2nd of 2021, I walked out and I started walking around. I started doing the EDGE program with Tony Robbins, which is a way of just getting a mental stability going. And it was 5 minutes a day of breathing exercises, and I was walking around my house. And I can tell you right now, that was hard for me to do. I can tell you that on September 1st, I could only do 2 push-ups, and I do 150 a day right now. So, and I could do 31 was my max there the other day, and that was after a bong rip. So I figured I'm going to do a big bong rip and do some push-ups with you guys.
Wait, so how many months did it take you to go from doing 2 push-ups to 150 a day?
Would be a year, wouldn't it? Because he said it was
No. I started September of last year, so it was September, October, November, December, January, so 4 months.
You know, it's funny because when you were saying
lost 80 pounds too in the last 14 months.
Yeah, you look healthier. And when you were telling the story of like all the injuries and you broke this and you have this, and I'm like, I wouldn't know that from looking at you.
Well, it's been. I can only do so much. So I have 5-pound weights. People like think I'm strong. I'm not. I can't do anything over my head. Certain things. I'm healthy mentally
Right.
and physically because
Yeah.
of just sit-ups, push-ups, and crossovers and bong rips.
Yeah.
Where's my marble?
But even in photos from you from like a year or 2 years ago, you look healthier now. Like
The
look
last
more
year
fit.
for me has been on November 21st, 2021. So 14 months ago, I stepped on the scale. It was 222 pounds.
Wow.
And I hadn't been that heavy in a very long time because at one point I used to be 280 pounds. So at one point I've lost over 140 pounds, 150 pounds in my total lifetime now. And I just made a decision. You know, you decide, you make a choice. That's what you have in life. It's called choice. And once you make a choice, if you decide, you can do anything you want. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing this anymore. I'm going to lose some weight. So I went on a Noom diet and talked about how to teach us about water density foods. Really what it is. It's an excellent, it's not a diet. It's just a way of things. And I used that and I went November and my goal was to get to 200 pounds. I wanted to lose 22 pounds. So I lost 22 pounds in a month. Went from November 21st and by the end, by January 1st, I have about 200 pounds. That was my goal.
Great.
I got there. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
And I went through some parts in life, and I read a book which was Max Out Your Life with Ed Dulatt, and it was like 5 a.m. Club. And I was listening to Tony Robbins, I Am Not Your Guru, and I was like, it's the Edge program. It was a free thing on YouTube. It's a 5-day, 10-day little thing, and I took notes and wrote this thing down every day. I'm like, fuck it, I'm getting up at 5 a.m. I started walking around the inside of my living room, and I did it for 5 minutes, breathing exercises, and then out the nose. And on March 2nd, I walked out my front door and I started doing it for 20 minutes a day. So I've been doing it for exactly a year every day and I haven't stopped. So I go my 20-minute walk in the morning. I come home, I stretch. I remember only doing 10 push-ups, 10 sit-ups, and then 15, and then doing 10, 15 crossovers. And now I do 100 crossovers, 100 sit-ups, and 100 push-ups every day. And I've been doing that now for over 4 months. I have lists of it sitting here. So you got my challenge sitting right here. Here's the other challenge I did over there. Yep. I defined my goals and roles. You know what I mean? I got all these little things, and
you like that. You like this, eh?
Oh,
it's recovery. It's important, and it's a way of getting through to yourself and defining what you're really pursuing in life, and being positive and being grateful for what you have. I'm so grateful to be able to talk to you guys. We're having problems. Look at this. We found another system. We're talking, and look at how great it worked out. I'm thankful for that, and be able to sit here and be able to just share this with you guys. And I look at the way how life has gone through, and like every day I wake up, I'm like, wow, I'm able to enjoy life because of a plant and the people around it that has helped me get through what I've gone through. And we fight more for this plant than we do for world peace. Think about that. 420s and what we've done all over the world, and we fight for this plant, but we don't seem to fight. We don't have, like Earth Day, we do, but 420s over the years, we've stood up. You see how things have changed with the industry, and it's helped everything. And now we're seeing a complete change with legalization around the world. It's completely revolutionizing. And I remember being on the news. I said CTV news, and I remember they said, you can hear when a tree's falling, you can't stop it. That's what's happened now. Legalization's coming. You can't stop it. This is me saying this in 2016, 2017 on CTV News with Jody Emery. And I remember making the news all the time. I've been on the news a lot, not once or twice. Probably a couple of times. They've been in my garden, CTV News, cops are here, like you name it. We were taking on Health Canada, Jason Wilcox, rest his soul, the stuff that we've done, and all of those things, because we believed in it. It was our passion. We didn't, it's not like, well, look where we are today. If people around the world keep fighting for something they believe in that is non-threatening, is non-violent, is non-harm, and what's it do? It saves lives. We know that.
I would like to think that if we legalized cannabis worldwide, maybe we would have world peace, because everybody would just be more relaxed and happy.
But we have world peace in certain ways you look at it. And peace comes within. And And if there wasn't chaos, then we wouldn't be excited, would we?
It's true. Yin and yang, right?
Yep.
Yin and yang.
You need a little bit of variety and uncertainty, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need a little bit of sufficient. You need a little bit of growth, contribution, love, and connection. That's your 6 human needs. Pretty much got that down right there, right?
Yep.
We're in this beautiful wheel of life, and it's like it's a physical and emotional life, and it's definitely it's a career life, and it's definitely a family life, and when you get really down to it, it becomes very spiritual.
Yep.
And you really look at it, because without you having the spiritual part of it, and then the relationship part, and then your family and your career, we're really what, and all that comes down to growth and contribution. That's why I love the plant so much, because it gives me growth and contribution. We're contributing to one another right now, and I think it's, yeah, you guys make me smile. Thank you.
With the fitness journey you're on, I'm interested. You're at 100 push-ups a day. Like, are you going to go to 150 for 150 days after this? Where does this go?
Well, the whole thing is, I look at this as a life journey. So I get up at 5 a.m. for the rest of my life. When I get up, my clothes are ready.
Yeah, I do.
Get up. So when I get out of bed, you're gonna get this one. I get out of bed, I jump down, and I do 20 push-ups instantly.
Nice.
Right.
Get the blood going.
Then I use the bathroom. Right now it's -15 out, -10. I walk outside in my underwear, and I've been doing that since it's been cold out. If it wasn't, it's an ice cold shower. But I do that after I do my walk. So I always do.
Yep.
I always do an ice cold shower every day.
That's what you do.
Yeah, I started that. I get up, I go right to my yoga mat for a half hour. Yeah. I hop in a cold shower. I go for a half-hour walk. Come back.
I do my walk first thing. I activate the metabolism first thing, and I do that by my breathing exercises. So right away, shoes on, outdoor. Now get this one. You're gonna really like this one, my friend. I walk backwards for 10 minutes and I walk forward for 10 minutes to retrain the neurons in your head. So the first 10 minutes I walk forwards by breathing. Then I do 10 minutes of incantations walking backwards. And then I walk forwards by now I am the voice. I will lead, not follow my life. I will believe in myself, not doubt. That's awesome. I will create, not destroy.
I love the mentality and what you're talking about in terms of, making that decision. I did that, over a year ago. I just posted a picture on my thing of what I looked like in 2017. And I was blown away. And yoga,
he had chin on chin.
Like, I was a thin guy who never saw that I was unhealthy, because thin people always think they can't be unhealthy. Like, thin can be unhealthy.
It's skinny fat.
And yoga became in that changed my life. On one day, I went to a vegan diet. On the next day, I gave up meat for 1 year just on a dime. It wasn't a slow progression. It was like, I'm going to choose to do this. And now, like you were talking about, right? I walk outside my door now because I'm determined to hit 10,000 steps every day. And it was like -21, and it's like I'm not gonna let weather stop me. I'm not gonna I'm just gonna put on another layer, and I'm gonna walk out the door.
Yeah. Like rain, shine, I don't care what it's doing. I can have an umbrella, put a hood on. It's -20. I'll put boots. We're used to it. Summer, I didn't care. You know what? It's called commitment to yourself.
Yeah.
You're only lying. I got a thing on that. When you say you can't, you're lying.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Define your roles and goals. Right? Potential, actions, results, beliefs, and certainty.
People do the things that they want to do. They always say they want to do it, but then the moment rain comes and they're like, oh, I'm not going to go outside today. It's like, well, did you really want that goal? Like, what?
Okay, here's the whole thing. When you grow plants and you grow cannabis, it doesn't give you a time. It tells you it needs food. You got to water. You just can't go outside or go to your garage or do what you got to do because you don't feel like it that day.
Right.
Yep.
I didn't get out of my wheelchair because
I learned that the
I
hard.
didn't want to get out of my wheelchair. I had to fucking do it. Right.
Yeah.
It's like
I learned that the hard
doesn't
way.
walk. You say, oh, it doesn't walk. Oh, well, we're just gonna. You think the parents, when your kids, and it's not doing that well. We're not gonna let it walk. Then fuck it. Of course, you're gonna keep trying until the kid walks or talks, right? And then if it doesn't talk properly, you're gonna take it to school. That's the same with yourself. We put more into our jobs than ourselves. We don't work on ourselves. We don't realize that. I didn't realize it at 50. I'm like, fuck, I got this great thing called myself to work on.
Yeah.
You know what's
right?
funny? My dad told me this a long time ago. When you're growing up and you're 20, like before 20, you're pretty much invincible. You don't think of death
Yeah.
unless your parents are like, watch out for cars. Like you think about
Right.
cars of you're gonna die if you run out in the street. But other
But you
than
see
that,
that in society, you're like, shit, that fucking cat got killed. Check that shit out.
right?
Yeah.
Like,
When I
and
was
we're
a kid,
invincible until we hit like 30, and then we start to pay attention to the world. I don't know about 40 yet because I haven't got there. But I know, like, my dad says around like 50, 60, he's really feeling it. He just turned 70, and he said, like, the only thing that you have in life is time. You can spend money, you can get, gain a house, lose a house, get a boyfriend, a job, whatever. But time, you only have so much of it and it's gone, and you don't know when that end is. He said, so like every single moment, make the best of it, make the most of it. And you're huge on that with today sets up tomorrow.
today sets up tomorrow 100%. I love that you say that because you know what you don't do today, you can do tomorrow. I get up in the morning. I'm grateful for what I've done the day before. Always grateful. I spend 5 minutes of gratefulness and gratitude because of what I've gone through. I learned this a lot. Tony Robbins has been in the back of my head since my fall with 28 feet. He got me out of my wheelchair. I wrote signs on the wall. He's always been empowering of this Les Brown, Jim Rohn. These motivational speeches in the morning for like 10, 15 minutes of feeding your mind has really gotten to me where I am today. And I didn't really realize it until you start realizing where you are. And you're like, you know, I was in a wheelchair, and they said I wouldn't be walking, and I was fucked for life. And here I am, going, no, I'm not.
Right.
Yeah. You can do more push-ups than I can do. Sit up.
I'm gonna do a bong rip. I'm gonna do 20 push-ups. And my cat's gonna watch me too.
Nice.
But I mean, it's really yeah, you have to do it. Yeah, and it really comes down to your health and fitness, and really just setting daily goals, daily agenda, and you know, like 420. I love doing a bong rip. It's 342. There's a 42 in there.
Nice. Well, it's 420 somewhere in 8 minutes, I think.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the journey you're on, and I appreciate the you started this whole conversation off pretty much with, you used the word growth almost immediately, and there comes a point where people, they stop growing, they settle in, and I think that's so sad.
Yeah. Well, even that child that like John was saying that didn't learn how to walk. The interesting thing about children is even if you sat a child down every time they tried to walk, they would still continue to try to walk.
They're not going to stop.
They want to learn.
Yep.
They want to grow. I don't know at what point.
At one point, fear takes over, and we stop taking risks.
I think it's after school, after college, when we actually go out into, like you're saying, work for somebody else.
You know, you say, you know what stops us? What this, I thought it just came out of me. I was like, the cat meowed. Oh my God. You know, already done it. Not wisdom, but what stops you is fuck. How come I can't say the word? It's not knowledge, but it's called, once you do something over, you get used to doing something. So what is that called? Come on, think about it. Come on, guys.
When you get used
repetitiveness? No. Comfort.
You know, comfort. Complacent.
It's like you already know, like you're used to something, so you don't try it anymore. I've already done it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh no, you can't do that. I've already done it that way. You're doing it wrong. You know what I mean? I've already tried it. So this is why.
So they're like
this is why God makes history with young people, because you know, old people got too much knowledge, too much wisdom. Oh, I've already tried it. It doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's how we are. You get comfortable. You stop growing inside.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget the 6 human needs. One of the biggest ones, in my opinion, is growth and contribution. Because when you're growing inside and contributing to others, you'll keep growing and keep contributing. You'll keep growing and you'll keep living your life. But when you stop growing and stop contributing, you start dying. That's with business. That's with life. And I see that in business and seasons and in everything that you see in life. You got to continue growing your life. And no matter what that is, the plan helps me grow every day. New strains, new divisions, new growth patterns, new everything. You'll never take that away. And when I can, I help you get growth by talking with other people and educating each other. Like our growth and contribution and connection is certainty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I wrote it down as part of like my everyday, right? It's kind of like that's what gets me going every day is this growth and contribution, be able to connect with people and talk about this, and even if that little frustration not being able to get the one TV to work and jumping on here, and I got a laptop over there, and I'm like, this is awesome, right? Like,
Yeah. No, I'm actually kind of glad that we couldn't get the computer to work and we went with the cell phone, because we got a tour around your place. We got to see some awesome memorabilia, a trip down memory lane. That's like, I really appreciate you taking the time today, John, to sit down with us and
I
help
appreciate
grow
you guys
us.
being able to offer the education to others and seeing what actually we're truly, what the medical community is about, what is truly done for the patients. And like this plant is, I mean, like, do you think the pharmaceutical drugs would have, I mean, where do you go when the system fails you? That was a big article with Ken Mooney back in 2005, 2006, and that's what it was. Is the system was failing me, and where do you go? I went to the cannabis community, guys, and the community held me and took me in.
Yeah.
And we were able to start, and I was part of the members rep, and starting that community with Green Cross and holding the patients and talking about decarboxylating and activated forms of THC and how it helped bind the receptors and helped them with pain by using natural GABAs and tyrosine and D-phenylalanine. And if you're working out, we use all the different amino acids that affect us different ways to help with the building blocks and the branched chain amino acids along with cannabis to help with your better growth from your whatever, you know what I mean? That's what called injuries about, man. You got to learn how to heal. And cannabis plays a huge part of that. It helps you with the PTSD parts or the pain or whatever you've gone through because of whatever happened to you. They don't want to talk about that. But when you get hurt, something's happened to you. And that alone is trauma, no matter whatever it is, because you're in a recovery spot of your life. So if you lost, your life condition doesn't match your blueprint anymore. And that's one thing they don't teach you in life. And that's one thing I just recently learned. I wish I would have learned this when I fell and got hurt 18 years ago. They didn't teach me about my life condition matching my blueprint, which is what you're able to do and what you actually want to do. So when I got hurt, my life condition didn't match my blueprint, and I kept striving for that blueprint that my life condition didn't meet.
Yep.
And it's really what we all learn in life. And I'm happy to talk about you with this. And I like how you're kind of engaged, because it is. We've got to look at our life condition to match your blueprint and understand that whatever you can do, you got to make sure that your blueprint matches that, your capabilities can match that blueprint. Because when you can't, that leads into depression, despair, and all these other bad things. So you realize that in your morning walks, in your incantations, and your breathing exercises, and your cold showers.
I was actually going through, it's funny because my condition is IBS, and I kept trying to fit into a 9 to 5. I also have chronic coccydynia, which is just a fancy name for a warped tailbone. It's like crooked, so I can't sit for too long too long. So to sit at a 9 to 5 job just doesn't work. And I went to school to be an admin assistant. So that was the job, sitting in an office from 9 to 5. I had to figure out.
You see this book, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you want to get this book. It's Built from Broken. This is one book.
Okay.
Very, very good book.
Okay.
Very, very good book. Really good book. And then the other one, the one that I'm running on right now, because, when you live with these conditions, because we don't call them conditions. I would say, oh, I'm disabled. And then I was told very firmly, you're not disabled, John. You are handicapped, and don't worry about it. You walking every day. But here's another one that I'm just starting right now. And this one is the adult program. This one's pretty damn starting.
Pain-free.
Yeah. So these are 2 books that, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I got books everywhere on managing chronic pain, pain management. No matter where you go in my house, these books are pretty much everywhere because you want to educate yourself. But I mean, it's kind of like, but I do the same thing by. This is awesome. You guys are in my house. You get to see everything. I got little signs everywhere, but I mean, I have all my books here, right? All my cannabis Bibles, every single one, the breeders' diseases and everything here, all the new ones, all the cannabis and chronic pain and marijuana and cannabinoids for research and stuff like that. You guys can see this, right?
Yeah.
That's good. So, I mean, that's the reading material. I mean, that's what we do. It's kind of like people study things. Oh, I can see myself there. This is cool. And then here's the old filing cabinet with all my stickers over the years.
Nice.
Like,
This whole filing cabinet's full of stickers, guys. Like you're talking like 30 years of stickers.
You got some relics then.
Oh yeah, all the way down, all the way around. And I got that because Ted Smith had him on his wall at. If people don't know about this, Ted had. Oh my God, I'm drawing a complete blank of his club. It was the first compassionate club basically in Canada, along with BCCS, Victoria Young Compassionate Club. And wow, I can't believe I'm drawing a blank, and I don't know why. Hempology used to do Hempology 101 and stuff like that. These are some old art guys that a lot of people don't know about, the people who basically paved the way for legalization, educating at all of the colleges. We were talking on stage at UVic, so it was University of Victoria, and Ted had little meetings there all the time. We used to talk on stage with Paul Hornby, and he had a compassionate club for patients, and he did all this stuff with Owen Smith and took all the court challenges, and that would have been involved with Kurt Toussaint, John Conroy. People know about all of these cases, Matt Barron. Yeah. So this is all this. Yeah, I went to all of these court cases. I remember sitting in the courtrooms. So.
Well, John,
it's been a long fight for sure.
Yeah. Well, and apparently the fight's not quite over, but I'm pumped by your passion about the plant, about life, about growth, that whole philosophy, and it's been a real pleasure to chat with you today.
And to anybody who's listening, if you would like some motivation and to see exactly what it looks like to take control and action and actually grow, check out John.
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely.
On Instagram, because 5 o'clock every morning. He's
every
up.
Day.
That's
every
awesome.
Morning. I'm 365 days going out the door. I've been doing it for over over a year.
Wow.
I'm on a 10-year plan till I'm 60. I want to have a 6-pack when I'm 60. I want to bench press my weight when I'm 60. That was my plan.
Yeah.
So that would be, I've got 10 years to go. So it's a pretty good goal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm on a 35 by 50. So I turned 50 in a year and a half, and I want to be able to hit some average metrics, physical health wise, of a 35-year-old. I want to be able to stand side by side with a 35-year-old and compete.
You know what I find now at being at 35 and now at 50 and where I was in life at 35, it's easy at 50 to compete with a 35-year-old, because 35-year-old doesn't know what they're looking at. At least at 50, you know what you want. You know the body that you're looking for. At 35, you think this is what you want. You know what I mean? That's
why.
At this age, it's kind of like now I can look back at life and go, I'm getting more wiser. I've got a lot more wisdom. I have a lot more knowledge of where I've been and where I was at 35. Was I wanted to do this. Yeah. But for me, I was recovering. So for me, it was a different. The last 15 years of cannabis has been a huge part of my recovery, and I think that's why it's been a big part of my life. It's such a big passion. Yeah. And before that, it was always part of my life because it was basically my medicine without me really knowing it until I started realizing that more and more in the last 10, 12 years, realizing that cannabis has been a medicine for me my whole life. And I think as we go into the future, it should be in our Cheerios for our kids, CBDs, maybe not too much the THCs because of the euphoric effects, but a lot of the different cannabinoids are building blocks to our general well-being every day, homeostasis, right?
It's a good goal to have.
We've debated often as mothers, would it really be wrong to give your child a brownie before bed? I mean, of course, none of us have ever done it, but I mean, we've discussed it.
Well, the whole thing is when you look at it, the body has its own THC, and we know that through anandamide and 2-AG. We get into the neuroscience of it. We should have another meeting. We should do another interview.
For sure.
We have so much.
I know you want to keep it down to a certain time, and
we're going to do a part 2.
We're going to do a part 2, absolutely, John. This has been the fastest hour, one of the fastest hours I've experienced.
Yeah, me too. I was like,
and we've laughed.
How can I talk for an hour? And I'm like, I can do that.
It's funny. We've laughed. We've cried.
We'll do part 2 for sure. I want to connect the end of the show with the beginning of the show, and that was with goals. You had a goal back when you were young, and you said, I am going to, when I grow up, I'm going to, we're going to hit legalization and I'm going to do this, and you did that. And now you're talking about your physical goal and you're 60, no chance in the world you're not going to reach those goals either. Really inspiring, really encouraging. I love following you on Instagram since I found you, and thank you so much. And we will do part 2 as long as you're excited about it. We would love to do it.
I want to do part 2 because I want to talk more about what I've been dreaming and really working on, which is the SIW, my thing about Medi-Centers and helping patients around the world and education on pharmaceutical drugs, the true needs and what's going on with cannabis. And you know what, that's the more to come with that, and talking about, getting this information to people, patients around the world, and how we can do that. Because it's something that's been a dream of mine, and being able to actually facilitate people with that, what they need. And I think it's more or less, dreams become realities because I keep pushing hard every day to get that to the patients and the people. And I think that could be part of part 2. So I can't wait to talk to you guys more about the future of what cannabis and the future of what we could do for patients and the education and what we all can do together and what we've already been doing. But I think I just don't think we know how to, but I think there might be a way of doing that with how things have changed. Like, world's changing and the digital world's opening up, and we're able to now touch each other and talk and be real, which is amazing. Now we could truly do some work. Really.
So awesome.
Yeah. And we need it. That's the
work. It's pretty exciting. Thank you guys so much for
no problem.
No, thank you.
Everybody listening and watching, the links will be below in the description of both YouTube and a podcast form. Connect with John for sure on Instagram, and stay tuned because part 2 is going to be quite the roller coaster as well. John, thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you very much, guys. Peace.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with, and then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hi.
The Hamilton
Hey,
Police Headquarters.
I've got 11 here, and I've got a question for 11.
Okay, you go
All
ahead
right,
and
and I asked this question of everybody I've been talking to during the march.
Okay.
Why do you march?
7.5 inches. Oh, sorry, what?
Why do you march?
I thought it was something else. I thought you were gonna ask me something else. I mean, one, it's just great to see everyone. Let's be honest. Should we keep walking? Let's not lose the herd. So it's definitely a community thing. It's definitely a beautiful energy, but we got to show up, just like with the podcast, as the different manifestations as we are as like consistent cannabis users and community members, to show how diverse. Like, you got to show up for it to kind of like share the colors inside of the community and kind of just like represent. So I think it's rewarding, definitely, to be part of it. But yeah, like, to show up and to march, I think you gotta give that respect to the plant by like presenting yourself as part of something that is involved with cannabis. So I feel like it was just representing, but also, it's totally selfish. It's 100% selfish because I just get to hang out with a bunch of stoners.
Yeah, dual purpose. Fight for cannabis law reform and hang out with friends.
Yeah, I feel like like we even just shifted the energy to like fun. I mean, it feels protesty because we have a chant, but it's like, you know, me, I prefer to kind of focus on the, you know, on what's working, on what the positive is. So if we can all just constantly live a good example, like by checking ourselves first, and then what people notice of the community is positive. Like, look, everyone's just goofing around, laughing, being creative, colorful bunch. Like, you know, it's about the opportunity to, you know, offer that impact is like what collectively as a group a stoner's supposed to like be. Not that it's period after this group. It's just like here's a bit. Here's like a Toronto vibe. Yeah.
And in this march are some people who've been here since the beginning, and it's good to see that, you know, this year's a bigger march than last year. And, you know, last year was sort of it wasn't really much promo or anything, and this year is some promo done, and we got more people out.
Just keep moving with it, man. That's it. Let the momentum build.
Do it all again next year. Just try to build again, rebuild.
It's always a fun time, you know, and it gives you the opportunity to probably try some new shit or smoke a joint with someone you ain't never smoked a joint with before.
Somebody maybe you only knew through Facebook.
Well, that's what I said. I was joking about that when I was getting the chance together. I'm like, it's like this is a fucking bunch. Like I see a bunch of faces that I only see online.
Yeah. Well, it's true. It's true. So, all right, 11. Well, let's shout out to where people can find you, man.
Discipline Stoners. Me and my wife, Winnie Clark, have a podcast called Discipline Stoners, and I mean, a bunch of people who are here have been on it and will be on it. And yeah, we just are lucky enough to be documenting this time period in history and going at it through the lens of mindfulness. So that's like what we talk about. And yeah, we do canna covers, all sorts of stuff like that. So you can check us out. Discipline.
Have a show about the march. And after, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, maybe a song. Yeah.
Damn, didn't someone catch the ball? I think Spliff McKenzie. We just made history. I was just freestyling, and then a homie comes up and starts freestyling next. It was awesome, and like we, you know, there's always those moments that happen authentically, and when you exist in the cut, you know.
Yeah, exactly. All righty.
You're documenting it.
Oh yes. Been doing it for years. We used to just do it in audio. Now you got the cameras going, so yeah, that's right. Cannabis. There we go. All right. Thanks, 11.
Yeah, buddy.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's September the 26th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, your psychedelic and cannabis news source found here at paceradio.net. Good morning, Glenn.
Good morning, Al. How are you?
I'm not doing too bad. Got some sunshine going on here. Look, you can see it over my shoulder.
Sun's always nice.
So, yeah, I was going to be outside. I was hoping to be outside where I can get the sun in my eyes out there as well. But it's been raining for like the last 2 or 3 days, and the lawn furniture is quite wet. And I don't want.
Well, thank you for that. You sent all that rain my way, and now I'm getting it.
You're very welcome. We like to share.
Yeah, I guess you do. We always get your crappy weather, though.
Yeah, I know.
If it's sunny and 90, we don't get it.
No, we just send this bad stuff down, man.
Yeah.
So before we get going, I don't know. You see this?
Yeah. What is that?
That is THC base. It's a pot base that goes into the beverages at Legacy 420.
Nice.
And
So what percentage would that be?
this bottle right here is 900 milligrams of THC. It's 20 milligrams per milliliter.
Okay.
All right.
So how would you space that out in your drinks? Like what would you how do you weigh
What
it?
I do is I have an eyedropper. Okay.
Okay.
Or you can get a bottle that has an eyedropper in it, and you measure off for every milliliter. That's 20 milligrams of THC. So you put 3 milliliters in it, you got 60 milligrams of THC. And this is full extract. Okay, this
See,
isn't a distillate.
like for me, I don't know how many grams of THC would be suitable for me because I don't
Milligrams.
use
Yeah.
it in that format, right?
Correct. Well, what you would have to do, just as we always recommend, start low and go slow, right?
I have a little pack of it says Skittles on it. It probably shouldn't say Skittles, but it says Skittles on it. And there's 10 mils in each package.
Right. Yeah.
So the other night I took 2 of them and had nothing, no reaction at all. Because I use THC all day, every day, right?
Right.
So it's going to be a bit for me to find my level there on that.
Sure. Oh yeah. I'm still trying to find mine as well because yeah. So a couple drops of this in. If say you threw 40 milligrams in and you had 3 drinks and you started to feel it, right? Then you would know it was 120 milligrams is your limit where you start to feel it.
So for you personally, when do you think you feel it? At 100 mils or how?
I've never ironed it right down.
I'm just curious because
I've had, for example, a legacy bag of chips. It said 500 milligrams for a package. Ate the whole thing, didn't feel anything.
Wow.
And then I've had a legacy 400 milligram chocolate. It was 2 chocolates, 200 milligrams a piece. So I ate them both, thinking, well, the day before I ate 500 milligrams, I was fine.
Yeah.
Now I got 400 milligrams, so I should be fine. Well, I'll tell you, I had to get a ride home, and when I got home, I slept for 3.5 hours in the friggin' recliner.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
that same kind of thing happened to me last week. I bought 2 different kinds of butter.
Yeah.
And I one was 74.5 and one was 78 point something percent THC.
Yeah.
The 74.5 destroyed me. The 78 point something, it was so much less high.
Yeah.
It was kind of deceiving. Now I don't know if their testing was proper, if it was accurate.
Mm-hmm.
I trust Legacy 420. I'm not sure about the people I buy from. They're trusting the company that made the product.
Well, Legacy 420, they test all their products
right
there, and they have an in-house processing facility where they make products.
Makes a big difference.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. All righty, let's get on with the news. First off, we're starting right here in Canada and the business of Canada. It says Canada's cannabis sales rise for the 5th consecutive month, but 2024 continues to lag behind previous years.
Okay, according to the latest data from Statistics Canada, total retail cannabis sales grew by 16. Is that 16 or 1.6% compared to June? Despite the marginal growth, July's figures represented a 3.9% decline compared to the same period a year earlier.
Yeah, it was 1.6. There's a point in there. This continues the trend of slowing market growth, with annual sales down 0.8% so far in 2024, while provinces like Alberta and Quebec saw year-over-year growth of 5% and 19% respectively. Ontario and BC both reported significant year-over-year declines of 14% and 12%.
Wow.
You can see the charts right there. The market's growth has been limited by factors such as price compression, which continues to impact revenues despite an increase in the number of stores and competitive pricing driving consumers away from the illicit market.
For instance, Ontario's cannabis sales rose 3.8% month to month, but year over year, declines have been stark. British Columbia reported a 2.7% drop in sales from June to July, with a 12% annual decline. Despite the numbers, industry estimates have expected stronger performance, with High Fire IQ forecasting July sales to reach $476 million. Their predictions for August suggest a 2.8% increase, potentially pushing sales 4.4% higher year over year.
While the legal market continues to expand, price pressures and competition from the illicit market, including online and brick-and-mortar stores, are limiting growth. The number of new cannabis stores has slowed, and a recent surge in personal cannabis production licenses could indicate that more consumers are seeking alternatives to purchasing retail cannabis.
And they are, because it's very, very expensive.
The surge in personal cannabis production licenses, I look at that as the medical end.
Yeah, I think definitely that's the medical end.
Yeah, which I found that, so that last line where it says consumers are seeking alternatives to purchasing retail cannabis. Well, if they're not a patient, they can't go to the medical end. That's for sure.
No.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, like, if you look here, the reserve in town in Fredericton, they do 100 times the business of Cannabis New Brunswick.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine, like, everybody hears it almost every week here.
I was at the place I go to usually every couple of weeks. I was there 2 Thursdays ago, and they had a customer appreciation event, and it was hard just to get in the door. There was cars everywhere. There was people everywhere. There was 10 out front selling flatbread or fry bread. It was amazing. I couldn't believe it. And there's 20 stores within a 3 or 4 block radius.
Wow. Yeah, I was at Legacy yesterday. I can tell you one place that had a real big lineup, and that was a gas station that was selling gas at $1.16 a liter.
I saw your post. I haven't seen that price in years. And I actually sent it to the wife going, what the hell? We're living in the wrong place now.
All right, continue on with the news. Here we go. Marijuana Moment headline says marijuana legalization is an issue for the states, VP candidate Tim Walz says, adding that electing Democrats to Congress will boost cannabis reform. Well, let's hear what he has to say, because I think it should be federally done as well, if you, not just the states. But go ahead.
I did slightly go over this story, so there is some good parts in it too.
Okay.
Democratic vice presidential candidate Tim Walz said he thinks cannabis legislation is an issue that should be left to individual states, though he added that electing more Democrats to Congress would also make it easier to pass federal reforms like cannabis banking protections, and they have to do that for those banking.
Yeah, exactly.
Legalization came up as Walz was interviewed in Wisconsin earlier this month by Spectrum News reporter Charlotte Scott, who asked the candidate, should cannabis be legalized across the U.S. for recreational and medical use?
And he responded with, well, I think it's an issue for the states for some of those, and that's the way the states have done it. Now, Walz, who is Minnesota's governor and previously served in Congress, replied, dodging the direct question about national cannabis legalization. Walz then highlighted 2 incremental reform issues: medical cannabis access for veterans who receive health care through the Department of Veteran Affairs, as well as passage of federal legislation that would ease restrictions for banks that do business with cannabis companies. Let's also look like for interconference cross-state lines.
Cross-state lines. And also, I have noticed the Department of Veterans Affairs is a federal regulated department.
Yeah.
So the states can't do anything with that. That has to be federal, and the banking has to obviously be federal. If Democrats take control of both houses of Congress, he said, those matters might be easier to address. There's work to be done nationally around the banking issue, he said in the Spectrum News interview that was posted on September 14th. I think that's something that if we get a working Congress who actually wants to solve some issues, then we have the Democrats in charge of the House and the Senate. We can start to see if some of those things make sense.
Yeah, exactly. The House under Democratic control has passed cannabis banking legislation 7 times. But the reform was repeatedly stalled in the Senate under both Democratic and Republican majorities, though it did advance from committee in the chamber for the first time last year. 7 times.
7 times. The candidate notably stopped short of pledging to pursue federal legalization if elected to the White House, although both he and his running mate, current Vice President Kamala Harris, have taken steps in the past to support legalization. Wall's comments are believed to be the first time either member of the Democratic ticket has publicly discussed cannabis during the current campaign.
Walz backed numerous cannabis reform measures in Congress and called for an end to prohibition when he was running for Minnesota governor, and later signed a comprehensive cannabis legalization bill into law into 2023. A military veteran, he's also prioritized medical cannabis access for veteran community, having sponsored the first piece of standalone cannabis reform legislation to move through a congressional committee, a measure meant to promote medical cannabis research for veterans.
In Minnesota, Walz also enacted legislation to broadly decriminalize drug paraphernalia, allowing safe consumption sites and create a psychedelic task force in the state. Walz's cannabis record stands in stark contrast to former President Donald Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, Republican from Ohio, who has voiced support for states' rights to legalize, but voted against bipartisan banking legislation that passed in committee. Vance also argued that states that have enacted legalization should increase enforcement activities, complained about the smell of cannabis multiple times, and suggested that its use can lead to violence. That's about the biggest BS thing I've ever heard people say. The last thing you see any cannabis user do is violence. We're very passive people usually.
Yeah. Now, last night on the Pace Radio Show, we were talking about an article that talks about parenting and how people who use cannabis had better parenting behaviors, like such as were more loving, so on and so forth. And then now, as far as Walz, why he seems to be the first person who was asked this between him and Harris. So maybe he hasn't said yes because he doesn't want to speak ahead of his potential.
I think in my own head, it's a red state, blue state thing. They want to take the red states and turn them blue, and he can't say anything that would affect that. And I believe that's what they're doing here.
Yeah, we'll find out as we go on. Now, Harris, for her part, has spoken in favor of federal legalization in the past. For example, at a closed-door roundtable event with cannabis pardon recipients in March, during her time in Seattle, in the Senate, she sponsored a bill to federally deschedule cannabis. In her previous run for president, Harris also backed full federal decriminalization for simple drug possession. Meanwhile, former President Trump said recently during his campaign for a second term that he now supports federal cannabis rescheduling and banking access.
As president, we will continue to focus on research to unlock the medical uses of cannabis to a Schedule III drug, and work with Congress to pass common sense laws, including safe banking for state-authorized companies and supporting states' rights to pass cannabis laws, like in Florida, that work so well for their fellow citizens, Trump posted to social media earlier this month. Trump also recently discussed the medical benefits of cannabis and said legalization would be very good for Florida, which will consider the reform at the ballot box in November's election.
Now, the actual research, there's huge hurdles for them to jump to do that.
Yeah. And that's getting it out of Schedule I.
Yeah, exactly. The Harris-Walz campaign, however, has accused Trump of lying about his support for cannabis reform, arguing that his blatant pandering runs counter to his administration's record on cannabis. Nevertheless, Harris herself has yet to lay out a defined platform on the issue since accepting her party's presidential nomination. And this is why I mentioned maybe Walz doesn't want to get ahead of her.
Could be. It could be.
Yeah.
Following Trump's recent announcement of support for the Florida cannabis legislation ballot, measure. However, her campaign has been working to remind voters that while in office, Trump took cannabis reform backwards. In a memo from a senior campaign spokesperson, the Harris campaign accused Trump of brazen flip-flops on cannabis, saying it's one of the Republican former president's several bewildering policy proposals that deserve real scrutiny.
The posturing by the White House candidates comes amid an ongoing process of moving cannabis to the less restrictive Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substances Act. The Department of Health and Human Services this spring recommended moving cannabis to Schedule 3, but the action faced resistance from the DEA, which has scheduled a hearing for the proposal for December the 2nd, which is actually after the election, raising concerns that the process will not be completed until after a new president is inaugurated, which I can see that happening.
That's what they're waiting for.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Trump.
Sorry.
Okay. Meanwhile, Trump also recently went after Harris over her prosecutorial record on cannabis, claiming she put thousands and thousands of black people in jail for cannabis offenses. But the full record over time in office is more nuanced.
I love that. She put thousands and thousands of black people, but no white people.
I guess, eh? I guess.
No white people got put in jail. I don't like her record as a prosecutor against cannabis, but she seems to have changed her tune years ago.
Correct.
So,
yes.
Trump's line of attack, while misleading, was nonetheless notable in the sense that the GOP presidential nominee implied that he disagrees with criminalizing people over cannabis and is moving to leverage the idea that Harris played a role in racially disproportionate mass incarceration. As president, Trump largely stayed true to his position that cannabis laws should be handled at the state level, with no major crackdown on cannabis programs as some feared when then Attorney General Jeff Sessions rescinded the Obama-era federal enforcement guidance. In fact, Trump criticized the top DOJ official and suggested the move should be reversed.
But he didn't reverse it.
No.
Well, and he had 4 years. What did he do? Didn't improve cannabis. Well, he was largely silent.
The Schedule 3 either, or even offered or tried to.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. While he was largely silent on the issue of legalization, he did tentatively endorse a bipartisan bill to codify federal policy respecting states' rights to legalize. That said, on several occasions, he released signing statements on spending legislation stipulating that he reserved the right to ignore a long-standing rider that prohibits the Justice Department from using its funds to interfere with state legal medical marijuana programs.
And before President Joe Biden bowed out of the race, his campaign made much of the president's mass cannabis pardons and rescheduling push, drawing a contrast with the Trump administration's record. The Harris campaign so far has not spoken on that particular issue, and the nominee has yet to publicly discuss cannabis policy issues since her own campaign launched.
Yeah, someone's got to ask her that question. Well, she had an interview there last night.
Did you watch it?
No, I just saw on the news that she did an interview with somebody from MS in BC. It wasn't Rachel Maddow, it was somebody else. I'm just trying to think of what her name was. But yeah, she had an interview, and I don't know if cannabis came up during that interview. I doubt it. So. All right, on to the next story of the day, and this one comes to us from the International Business Conference, and the headline on it says, Czech Republic's Ministry of Justice proposes legalizing cannabis cultivation.
The Ministry of Justice in the Czech Republic is proposing that adults should be able to cultivate up to 3 plants in their private residences, in addition to possessing up to 25 grams when away from their residence and up to 50 grams in their homes. I don't understand this 25 grams thing.
Well, 25 grams is like our 30 grams. We can leave with 30 grams. They can leave with 25 grams.
But 30 grams is over an ounce. But 30 grams is over an ounce, and 25 is under. Everybody buys everything in an ounce. 28 grams is an ounce. Our government did it, the 30 grams, probably to round things up. And I can see these guys did 25 to round things down. But you know what's going to happen?
That's not the disturbing part.
That's
not even the disturbing part, Glenn.
Yeah.
If you're growing 3 plants, if you can't grow 50 grams in 3 plants, you shouldn't be growing.
I never got to that part. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's just 50 grams that are three. That's like the law that the regulation that we had here at one time. The proposal was that the law, the tallest a plant could be was 100 centimeters.
Yeah. I brought some seeds back from Jamaica one time, and I grew the plants in a room, and they grew up to the ceiling and across the ceiling and back down the other side. They were so high.
Exactly. Okay, continue the story.
According to the draft, the new criminal regulations, which the ministry sent to the government for consideration, people over the age of 21 could grow cannabis for their own use, Novinsky stated in its local reporting. Just translated from Czech to English.
Yeah. Now, in this regard, the proposal reevaluates the question of what actions should be criminal at all and liberalizes today's regulation, where some of the actions today are considered criminal offenses, and then legalize some actions completely, the ministry said in a preliminary report. What is being proposed in Czechia is similar to what was implemented in Germany earlier this year, from cultivation, plant limit, and possession limit standpoints. However, the proposed legal age of 21 years old differs from what Germany adopted and is similar to what's in place in 24 states in the U.S.
In addition to the ministry's proposal to legalize adult cultivation and possession, the ministry also wants to change Czech's law to set a threshold of 5 cannabis plants, 100 grams of dry matter when a person has it at home, or 50 grams when it's outside their home, as the difference between a lower offense and a crime. So now we're going to 5 cannabis plants with only 50 grams.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
well, that's
100
50 grams. That's 50 grams to be able to walk around with.
Yeah, that's a big difference. The 100 grams.
That's double to what they had before at the 25. But this 100-gram limit for dried in your home. Sorry. The ministry's proposal does not appear to include regional adult use cannabis conference pilot trials or cultivation associations, at least at this time. Cultivation associations are part of Germany and Malta's legalization models, and Germany is pursuing the launch of pilot trials. Pilot trials are already operating in the Netherlands and Switzerland. Now, in July of 2024, the International Cannabis Business Conference was provided a leaked document by local activists in Czechia of a policy modernization plan that included regional adult use cannabis conference pilot trials and cultivation associations.
The current prohibition leads to the fact that there are more than 1,000 people convicted of cannabis crimes in prisons, which burdens the state budget with costs over Czechoslovakian 700 million per year, emphasized Thomas Vazma, a member of the Rational Regulation Board and chairman of the Safe Cannabis Association, in a press release provided to the International Cannabis Business Conference in July. The Registered Association Rational Regulation, which is called RARE, was established at the beginning of 2024 with the aim of supporting rational cannabis regulation in the Czech Republic, based on scientific knowledge and the best foreign experience. Its founders are the Czech Industry Cluster Czech Hemp, the Legalese CZ Association, and the Safe Cannabis Association, which brings together producers, distributors, and consumers of hemp extracts and hemp products.
Yeah, he goes on to say, this is Vimazel, goes on to say that the new legislation would lead to a significant decrease in the number of persons prosecuted, convicted, or imprisoned for possession and cultivation of cannabis, which would result in annual savings of up to about 1.2 million Czech dollars. A limiting factor in all legalized European nations, which will also presumably prove to be the case in Czechia to some extent, is current European Union agreements. EU policies limit the level of adult use cannabis commerce that can be conducted within its member nations to cultivation associations and research pilot trials.
According to the European Monitoring Center for Drugs and Drugs Addiction, nearly 30% of Czech adults have consumed cannabis at least once in their lifetimes, and 11.1% report having consumed cannabis within the last year. The average rate of a once-a-year consumption across Europe is 8%, according to the EMCDDA data.
There you go.
Interesting.
Hopefully, another country jumps on board. People can grow their own.
Some weird numbers in that story.
What's that?
Some weird numbers in that story.
Yeah, and let's just hope reality as it goes through the process and through committees, that people realize that plants can produce more than 100 grams or even 50 grams.
Yeah. And then at the end, they were talking about 5 plants and 100 grams.
Yeah. Well, even the 3 plants will give you more than 100 grams. Like, it's just, what do you do about a plant that produces, just by genetics, a pound or 2 pounds? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was
It just kept growing.
It just kept growing. There's nothing I could do. I couldn't control it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Last story before we go to a break. And this one comes from UPI.com. Psilocybin may curb mental illness linked to eating disorders.
Psilocybin, the active chemical in magic mushrooms, significantly reduced symptoms in people with body dysmorphic disorder. Okay. Researchers reported Tuesday in the journal Psychedelics. BDD causes an obsessive preoccupation with perceived flaws in one's physical appearance and is frequently tied to eating disorders and other unhealthy behaviors, researchers said.
For this pilot trial, 8 people with hard-to-treat BDD received a single 25 milligram dose of psilocybin. Brain scans showed that the psilocybin treatment increased levels in cognitivity between different brain regions related to emotional processing, cognitive activity, and feelings and thoughts about oneself.
People who had the greatest strengthening in these connections experienced the most improvement in their BDD symptoms within a week, results show. The findings align with a growing body of evidence indicating that psychedelic compounds like psilocybin can promote mental health and by enhancing the brain's capacity for flexibility and integration. Included in the research team led by Chen Zhang, who's a research assistant with the New York State Psychiatric Institute.
Yeah, the research team on the news release went on to say that by facilitating communication within and between brain networks that are often dysregulated in psychiatric disorders, psilocybin may help restore more adaptive cognitive and emotional functioning. However, more studies in larger groups of people with BDD are needed to verify the effectiveness of the treatment and how long it will last, the researchers noticed. So more research needs to be done.
Interesting. We hear every single week about psilocybin.
Yeah.
More studies and more studies.
Yeah, and this brain connected cognitivity and changing in patterns and all that, and they're seeing it on the MRIs. That's quite the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. All righty. Well, it's that time for us to take a break. Commercial time. And you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live and found at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. All right, we're back from a medication session. Still got a bit of cough. And we've got a few more stories to discuss today, and we'll get started at it right away. Here we go. According to Missouri Independent, cannabis union drive stalls as company attempts to set national legal precedent.
And Big Leaf Medical is arguing that post-harvest employees at its Sinise facility in St. Louis don't have the right to unionize because they're considered agricultural workers.
Oh.
It's been more than 7 months since employees of St. Louis-based Big Leaf Medical Cannabis Company held an election to unionize. And I would tend to agree. Aren't these agricultural workers?
Well, cannabis can be considered an agricultural crop.
Yeah, it's a
right.
crop.
I know, but agricultural workers can, like I know here in Canada, there are unionized cannabis companies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Whether it's, I know there's unions involved in them. So
yeah.
The majority of the ballots, 11 of the 16, have remained closed. And now, according to Will Brandom, a post-harvest technician at the company's Since facility in St. Louis, says that it's been quite a while. We're just like, what is happening? Why is this happening? We're just kind of in the dark waiting. The reasons behind the delay is likely that Brandom and his fellow post-harvest team members exist in a gray area in national labor law, which could change if the union drive is successful.
Not long after Braden and other employees filed their union petition last September, the company argued before the National Labor Relations Board that the employees aren't manufacturer workers, they're agricultural workers. Agricultural workers don't have the right to unionize under the country's labor laws.
Oh.
But Bradenton and his fellow employees, along with regional director of the NLRB, believe they're more like workers at tobacco processing plants, who courts repeatedly have found aren't agricultural workers. But
I can see both ends.
Yeah, this might be split up into two sides, because the people that are actually growing the plants, not the people that are processing them, are agricultural workers as far as I can see.
Yeah, but but I can see where they come back at the tobacco end, right?
Yeah, like the people
Yeah.
who are processing the plants, who are actually cutting them, that's a different thing. That's a manufacturing job, right?
Yeah. Well, as Brandon says in the next line, he says, "I've never touched a living plant at work."
Ah,
Yeah. The company has taken this fight all the way up to the National 5-member board, asking them to set a national precedent on whether employees who process the dried cannabis plants have the right to unionize. Well, it'd be the same as tobacco. They're processing it. They're
yeah.
not.
Once it's at that
They're not
stage,
in the field. They're
why
not in the
not?
field. They're
Yeah,
not. They're not the farmer. Yeah.
yeah. It's weird because they might have to split these people up, the people who grow them and the people who process them.
Yeah. Who knows?
You know,
But
and then it's likely that why it's taken so long for the regional director of the NLRB, who twice sided with the employees to open the ballots, said St. Louis labor attorney George Suggs. This is a unique situation. There's no reason for the regional director to get out in front by opening those ballots, Suggs said. Ultimately, the board will resolve it.
But that doesn't mean the fight would be over, Suggs says. If the national board sides with the employees, then the company will likely refuse to bargain in order to land the decision in a federal court.
That's where it's going. Employees have the ability to string out the results of a campaign, especially among businesses where there's lots of employee turnover, Suggs said. By the time there's a resolution a couple years down the road, he said, union support has eroded.
That's the tactic. That's what employers have been doing over the 40 years that I've been practicing labor law. I know of a business that closed the doors to employees, and they kept continuing, and then a year later, the union that was there just sort of walked away.
I watched so many plants close. This was 15, 20 years ago, around 2009, somewhere around there when we were having a bad economic time.
Yeah.
And it was because the union they wanted more, and the company's saying we're making way less than we were last year. So they just closed plant after plant after plant.
Mm-hmm. Okay, continue with the story.
It just seems like they're trying to push our jobs more and more in the direction of quote unquote farmers, said Ahmad Gigi Haynes, a post-harvest technician at Beleaf Medical's Sense facility. He said the company has hired temp workers to do the manufacturing work, including packaging, and that he and other union members were doing before. Oh, they're trying to get around it that way.
The company began hiring temps right after the employees filed a petition to form a union in September of 23. According to a recording of a recent staff meeting led by a company human resources representative, at the meeting, the HR representative said Beleaf has burned through 150 temporary employees since October.
Wow.
He told the temps they shouldn't expect to be hired on full-time anytime soon, but they should still feel part of the team.
Twice so far this year, NLRB Regional Director Andrea Wilkes, who oversees a swath of 6 states in the Midwest, has ruled that post-harvest employees' work is similar to that of employees in a tobacco processing plant. Removing the veins from tobacco leaves and fermenting the leaves has been held to be outside the definition of agriculture under federal labor laws, Wilkes wrote in her January 25th ruling.
Now, the company's response to her decision indicates the union employees likely have a long fight ahead of them. Now, according to a February 13th letter from Beleaf's attorney to Wilkes, the company plans on fighting their employees' unionization efforts all the way to the federal court. And according to the board, it says here in the letter, it says, although we understand and respect the board's recent decision on this issue, we are preserving this issue for presentation to the United States Court of Appeals for the 8th Circuit.
The company can go into court by refusing to bargain with the union, creating a technical violation, Shug said. That will lead to filing a petition for review in a federal court, Suggs said. So then they can challenge the underlying issue in this case, whether they are agricultural workers, in front of a bunch of federal judges.
Now, that's become a bigger problem, particularly in the 8th Circuit, Scud says, because we've got a number of very conservative judges who are kind of hostile to the labor movement generally. Now, Shannon, lead organizer with the UFCW Local 655, said it's obvious that this has been the company's plan all along.
They clearly stated their intention to bring this as far as the 8th Circuit Court, which is several steps into the fight, in their original statement. Shannon said the company's February letter, "I feel nothing but clear intent to obstruct this union at all costs," which ironically proves just how much these folks need a union. I don't know if this is trying to obstruct the union at all costs. I think this is the company trying to not unionize, period. It has nothing to do with this union or any other union. They don't want a union because they don't want the headaches, right? And I understand that, but I think the employees here, they definitely have a leg to stand on. If the tobacco people that are processing, this is exactly the same.
Yeah, they're not involved in the field work.
But it's going to the Supreme Court. It's going to the federal court.
The company has the right to challenge things, and they're challenging it, doing what they can, and they'll battle things out. Alrighty, next story. This one comes to us from the Seattle Spectre. It says, "High times in Seattle? How perceptions towards cannabis has shifted."
In 2012, cannabis was legalized for recreational use in the state of Washington. Washington state became the second state next to Colorado to legalize the recreational use of cannabis, shifting the legal precedent surrounding medicinal and recreational drugs. In 2024, recreational cannabis use is legal in 24 states, whereas medicinal use is legal in 13 states. Is that an additional 13 states, I think?
I would say additional 13 states.
Okay. 12 years later, the legal terrain for marijuana or cannabis remains uncertain. Despite cannabis being legal in nearly half of the United States, it is still criminalized federally. Across the nation, young adults have differing impressions on the topic of recreational and medicinal cannabis, which can be influenced by the state they live in.
While cannabis use remains a contentious topic amongst many American students at Seattle University, offered their perspectives surrounding the culture of cannabis use amongst young adults in college. Now, Jean Simpson, a fourth-year English major, opened up about her experience in navigating attitudes about cannabis use in Seattle, coming from a state where cannabis use was prohibited.
"I grew up in North Carolina. Weed was not legal. But I was never around anyone who smoked cannabis to begin with in my home state. So when I moved to Washington, it was a different type of culture to get used to. Being around so many people who smoke recreationally," Simpson said. Simpson recounted her own experience being exposed to the culture surrounding cannabis in Seattle.
She says, "Based on my personal experience, I'd say it's overall not a great thing, especially with the culture in Seattle being so hyper-focused on cannabis use. I think it affects people a lot more than they realize." Simpsons attributed a lack of education about the long-term effects surrounding cannabis use in the general public to a misconception surrounding the impacts that cannabis can have.
"Overall, I do think it can't be perceived as any other substance because there's not a lot of in-depth understanding of the long-term effects like your mood or a whole idea of addiction surrounding cannabis. As per C alcohol, we've had more experience studying the effects of alcohol and what drinking every day can do to your body," Simpson said. Simpson also mentioned the widespread uses of cannabis among residents of Capitol Hill. Regardless of their method of attaining cannabis, Simpson was asked if accessibility was an issue for the inhabitants of Capitol Hill.
"I don't necessarily know if there's an issue with accessibility because in the end, people are going to get cannabis if they have to walk 2 blocks or 5 blocks. Yeah, see that they'll walk to get it.
Yeah.
Before they were dispensaries, there were drug dealers. It's always going to be demand," Simpson answered. She articulated that impressionable young adults should be prepared and knowledgeable before experimenting with cannabis.
Another student at Seattle University chimed in on the incorporation of cannabis into college culture, particularly their own experience with cannabis and their perspective of the legal precedent around the United States. Luce Sartan, who's a 4-year psychology and history major, has used cannabis as a recreational outlet to manage his anxiety. His interest was piqued in recreational usage after reading academic papers that discuss the medical benefits.
"I am," he says here, Spartan goes on to say here, I am someone who struggles with social anxiety and have found that when I am in a large group settings, a small amount of THC and CBD can help alleviate some of my anxieties. I am also someone who has always struggled with sleep. And I have found that for me, CBD before bed can help my muscles relax, and THC can help me calm down a hyperactive brain. I know somebody who's in exactly the same, says exactly the same thing.
Given their largely positive experience with cannabis as an anxiety aid, Sartan weighed in with their views about legal discrepancies and accessibility for cannabis across the United States. I think whether it's decriminalization or legalization, the standards should be the same in every state as it is with alcohol. Perhaps within this system, states can execute laws which limit hours for selling and other restrictions.
Yeah, just like we have here in Canada, we have a federal end, and then each province has stuff that they add to it. Each state can do things exactly. Despite cannabis not being legal at the federal level in the U.S., the shift towards more states legalizing recreational use reflects a cultural shift. Professor of law at State University Deborah Abrams discussed how the legalization of cannabis has changed social expectations over the last decade. She says, I think it's becoming a very socially acceptable online debates on whether you should take your children into cannabis shops. Legalization does send a social signal that this is something that is socially accepted to do.
It's socially acceptable to take your child into a liquor store.
Yeah, it is, and it's socially acceptable to take your child into a restaurant and order a beer while you sit there and have chicken at Swiss Chalet.
And in my mind, alcohol is way worse for your mental stability and your health. There's no comparisons. When she spoke to Washington State's advancements in the legalization of cannabis use, highlighting how legalizing cannabis in Washington State for recreational use established a new and complex legal precedent in regard to cannabis in the state of Washington. We were on the leading edge of states that legalize cannabis for recreational use. We were a little later than other jurisdictions that legalize it for medical use. Legalizing it for recreational use carries a different social message than legalizing it for medical use, Aaron said.
Mm. She also revealed how prior convictions related to cannabis possession posed uncertainty and major difficulties for people with backgrounds related to cannabis prior to the legalization period. She says, when we did it, we didn't do anything for people who already had convictions. And so we had a lot of people who were walking around with convictions for possession, for basically just using cannabis. Now their behavior would be perfectly legal. And we don't think about it as a social harm at this point.
Aaron's mentioned how the current legal landscape was not accommodating individuals with past histories with cannabis. At the time we legalized, we didn't think through the kinds of ongoing repercussions for people who had convictions already. Well, give them a pardon. Done.
Yeah. The legalization of cannabis in Washington State has had a profound impact on the culture and social customs surrounding the recreational use of cannabis over the last 12 years. As the cultural landscape continues to shift and new laws are proposed and challenged, the societal impacts of cannabis use will continue to adapt.
I think anywhere where it's been legalized for recreational use, they should immediately pardon everybody who's been convicted of it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. Don't be forcing them like we did here in Canada, and they're still doing here in Canada, forcing them to do the slow process. So, alrighty, better move along here. On to the next story. This one comes to us from the international cannabis business people there. Global cannabis seeds market projected to reach $6.5 billion by 2031. $6.5 billion in just seeds.
Just seeds. The global cannabis seed market is projected to experience significant growth between now and 2031, according to a market report by Allied Market Research. The market researchers estimate that the value of the worldwide cannabis seed market was 1.3 billion in 2021, and that the sector's value will increase to 6.5 billion by 2031, a 10-year span. And we're talking over 5 times the value. That's insane. Increased demand for cannabis seeds is due to various factors, not the least which is laws being modernized around the globe to permit the sales and purchase of cannabis seeds. A great example that can be found in Germany, whereas as of April 1st, 2024, adults can cultivate up to 3 cannabis plants in their private residences.
Many German home cultivators are purchasing seeds to populate their home gardens. A recent YouGov poll in Germany found that 7% of poll participants indicated that they had already purchased cannabis seeds or clones since legalization took effect. In addition to the 7% of poll participants indicating they had already purchased cannabis genetics for their home gardens, another 11% of poll participants responded that they plan to purchase cannabis genetics in the future. Increased demand for cannabis seeds in Germany has resulted in booming sales among Europe's seed banks.
Another part of the world where cannabis seeds are very popular is the United States. Currently, 24 states have adopted adult use legalization laws in the U.S. as well as in Washington, D.C. Not every jurisdiction permits home cultivation, however. Most do. And many consumers are taking advantage of the recently afforded freedom. In 2022, the DEA confirmed that cannabis seeds are legal now in the United States since they do not contain enough THC to be prohibited. Cannabis seeds are considered hemp under U.S. law, and hemp was legalized nationwide as part of the 2018 Farm Bill.
A great event dedicated to cannabis seeds is coming to San Francisco on December the 7th and 8th of 2024. More than 1,000 cannabis cultivators are expected to access the next generation of elite cannabis genetics at the first Terpename Seed Fest in San Francisco. The event will feature over 20 cannabis seed breeders.
And the public event is free with RSVP and will be open 11 to 4, Saturday, December 7th and Sunday, December 8th. Terpename will feature the fine food, drink, art, DJs, and festival attractions. A weekend of events including clone and seed drops by Bay Area dispensaries like 7 Stars, as well as VIP receptions wrap around the seed festival, stated SF Hash Week in a recent blog post.
The event is organized by award-winning journalist and best-selling author David Downs. His David Downs Presents production team brought more than 25 events to San Francisco in 2024, including the incredible successful SF Weed Weeks and SF Hash Week. Now, according to Downs, he says, everything in cannabis starts with great genetics, and I'm honored to celebrate the breeders. Breeders are rock stars and deserve to be celebrated in a world-class city with top-notch events. San Francisco in December is the perfect place for the cannabis genetics world to get together every year.
And according to a recent survey conducted by the Harris Poll, most cannabis cultivators, 61% of them, prefer to start their gardens with seeds. The study also found that 81% of cannabis consumers agree all Americans should have the right to grow at home. 62% of cannabis consumers would rather grow their own cannabis than buy it. And 34% of cannabis consumers who have grown at home do so because they feel safer consuming their own homegrown flower compared to store-bought cannabis.
Well, as I say, you know what's in it when you grow it yourself.
Yeah.
Right? So, all righty. On to the last story of the day. And this sounds like a great time because according to the Huntington News, it says the Boston Freedom Rally celebrates 35 years of cannabis advocacy and unity.
Every year since 1995, on the third Saturday of September, the 35th annual Boston Rally took place in Boston Commons. The rally is one of the largest gatherings advocating for cannabis reform in the Northeast, drawing advocates, enthusiasts, and curious learners. The vibrant event, which originally started in 1989 to demand Massachusetts officials legalize recreational cannabis, celebrates cannabis culture and advocates for the end advocates for the end of stigma surrounding cannabis use.
As the movement for cannabis reform continues to gain momentum across the country, the rally served as a reminder of the progress that has already been made, as well as the challenges that lie ahead. Now, according to, here we go there, Eva Tamasha, she's a student at MGM Institute of Health Professionals who is attending the event for the 5th time, says, I love the inclusiveness with everybody. Everyone's really friendly and a chill, and obviously smoking.
With a lineup of speakers, live music, education centers, and a marketplace showcasing local vendors, the Boston Freedom Rally served as a celebration of community and freedom. The event ran from noon till 8 p.m. with free admission and a special 21 and up section. The Massachusetts Cannabis Reform Coalition, or MassCan, hosts the event annually and offered a virtual education village for anyone who wanted to continue their cannabis education or could not attend the rally.
Right outside the Chinatown MBTA stop and in the rainy outdoors, the celebration was in full swing. Joints were lit, bongs were smoked, and edibles were consumed. As a result of the dreary weather, the day featured many ponchos, umbrellas, and muddy shoes, making it memorable for many attendees. Families, friends, and even a dancing bear were all in attendance, making it a diverse crowd. Oh yeah, it looks wet. This is not the first freedom rally for Tamashabi and her friend Nadine Othman, also a current student at MGH Institute of Health Professions. Both said they weren't going to let the rain stop them from having a good time.
I just like seeing what every different vendor has, and everyone is really friendly. There's good food, good vibes, good atmosphere, Othman said. The rally included 2 stages of music, a general main stage and one specific to attendees aged 21 and up, with a total of 17 performers and 26 speakers. The day was a music-filled symposium of freedom. This year featured a meet and greet with performers in the 21 and up section, along with featured new brands from legal cannabis companies.
235 booths were available for vendors to buy and sell from there, with 6 food trucks of various cuisines capable of satisfying any munchie needs. Andrew Nooms, owner of CB Disco, one of the merchandise sponsors for MassCan, worked the booth, excited to meet new customers.
We are a custom merchandise branding company out of Easton, Massachusetts. So we're small, Noon said. We just wanted to get out into the community and try to get some new business here, meet some new people, and reconnect with people we're already working with in the cannabis space. Not only was this event good to promote his business, but Nuns was also excited about the talking with the public and giving out freebies for some likes on social media.
For other vendors, such as Matthew Duval, the rally was an opportunity to introduce their business to the city of Boston. Their small town arts and craft business, Duval's Crafts, was able to get an influx of customers at such a large event. Now, Duval says that HempFest is a well-known organization. There's a lot of people here, so it's super good for our business to try to make some sales. I also like the openness and education.
Despite the poor weather and muddy conditions, Security Officer Sarah Smith said it's been a smooth day. This year's theme, Keep the Joint Rolling, continued advocacy, proved to be true to dancing bears and families alike. Whether someone is a cannabis user, learner, or merely there to spectate, there were plenty of activities to participate in and ways to find enjoyment.
There you go. Sounds like a great time. It reminds me of the old Freedom Festivals that were held at the Global Marijuana March with the 2 stages, speakers, bands playing, everybody in the crowds. Yeah.
I like they had 200 and some odd booths, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is. 235 booths. That is impressive. That's a lot of booths.
Yeah, I hope they fill them all.
Yeah, hopefully. So, anything before we say goodbye?
Peace off.
From the Legacy420.com news, that's the news for today. We hope you found it educational and informative. Thanks to Legacy 420, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City, hydroponics.ca, as well as at ease.ca. Catch our next broadcast Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, same place, same channel. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Okay, we go to indica dominant number 2. All right, Bob, you're going to, oh, okay, I see. Okay, hang on. You want me to open this for you?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, okay. Okay, yeah, I know.
What'd you get that I didn't get?
Okay, here's the plate. Put it on the plate. We need to.
Well, yeah, where do we want to put this?
Just put it over here on my tray.
Perfect.
That's right. That's what it's going to be. Heinz 57. Okay, there you go.
Okay. Which one are you doing now, Al?
So we're going to indica dominant number 2. Why don't you pull up sativa number 2? What did you think of your overall appeal of your sativa?
I can't save it.
The one I did first.
Here. Why don't you go on to the Wi-Fi? Because I didn't tell you the Wi-Fi password.
Uh-oh. You're slipping, Al.
Yeah. Okay, that's the word. Only the beginning is.
And which one?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, all right.
I don't either. No, I told him I got 75 gigs.
Yeah, she said don't worry about it.
I don't need it. I go to anybody says.
No, there's no purple, not at all.
All right.
I have
Ooh.
service.
You're fine?
Yeah,
Okay.
I haven't had it.
All right. If you have an issue, I'll just give you the Wi-Fi.
Based off smell? If I didn't know this was an indica, I think it's a sativa.
You know what, Wayne?
That would be the terpenes, eh?
My first round here, you get a gram in each package, so I split them all up. I did not find one strain that acted like a sativa, to be honest.
Oh, no?
Really?
They were either very heavy or middle of the road.
Oh.
Yep.
Anything that was like,
I think that might have something to do with the fact that I'm severe ADHD and my chemicals are differently balanced, to be honest.
Yeah, could be, yeah.
Because usually for me, a sativa will get me going and then keep me going. But but there are a lot of sativas, they're like indicas and vice versa. So
yeah, you're looking at this first question is your visual appeal. Now, if you think it smells good, scroll down and answer those questions while you're at it.
have you ever had a sativa that put you to sleep? I have.
And if you have, because I'm going to pass it around again. And
I'm sorry, it's making me fill this out for a third time on the first time. Just give me a second.
What are you doing?
I got to admit, it is easier to do on the computer than on your cell phone.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Visual appeal.
That number one and number two?
This is sample 2, correct?
Okay.
And you rate it 1 to 9 on visual appeal. To me, it looks like it's been squished.
Sorry.
Flattened, doesn't it?
Pressed.
Sorry, that was me. I think I did give it a little squeeze, but not quite that.
When you split that bud and take a sniff, though?
Yeah.
Got me.
It's got a weird smell to it.
But this the visual. Visual isn't smell, right?
Yeah, I know.
Right.
You said we could scroll ahead and answer the other question.
Yeah, hell with it.
Now it does have trichomes and stuff like that, which is visually appealing. Correct. Yeah. All right. There's the moisture.
Sweet.
Okay, I'm gonna pass it around so you can answer your next questions as you go along if you want to deal with moisture. The smell. You think you've already got an answer on the aroma strength. You've got an answer on your pleasantries, but we'll keep passing it around.
So low, I may not want to smoke.
I'm just trying to keep things going, right? So if you can answer in more than one question while it goes by you, then
So this year they don't give you like the strength of each bud.
No, there's no percentage or anything.
Number 3 now.
Sorry, I'm scrolling ahead here. What do you got? Okay, so number 1 was visual appeal. You did that one.
8.
Number 2 was moisture.
Yeah.
That's 8 too.
So try to maybe judge a few things at one time. Well, it makes its way around and people answer the question.
Okay.
There was one
that might speed things up, so we're not here at midnight.
Aroma pleasantness. I love that.
We'll be
For
eaten by
me
the
personally,
mosquitoes by
that
then.
deep smell is.
Yeah. You got the whole big 9. I'll go the 8 on that one.
Stickiness to touch.
Okay. Yeah. Aroma pleasantry, stickiness to touch.
Yeah. Nice.
Look for any physical contaminants.
That's number 5, eh?
Yeah, 5. Yeah.
I will go.
7.
And then physical contaminants.
Yeah.
Was there any mold, insects? None.
Those 6 questions are the first ones we'll do before we get to the grinding part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Then more.
That way we only have to pass it around the
Now
one.
we're on track.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Now we get to grind it up. Well, you get to grind it up.
Why do I get to grind
If I only have to pass
Because
it
it's your
around
turn.
twice.
I started.
I don't feel any sticky.
Not in there.
He's almost done.
Break it open, he says. Okay. I'll go up by 1. I don't see any physical contaminants. I'm not seeing any seeds or hairs, or I don't see any bugs.
Well, that's good.
All right. So now we're going to be switching over to the aroma translates to taste. Your smoking experience. Keep an eye on the ash as well. All right. So Wayne, you ground that up. Bob?
Yeah, Bob.
Oh, wow. Thank you very
Bob,
much.
you get to grind that up.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah. If you want, remove any lumber.
Try the new
Yeah,
grinder.
that first one, there was very little lumber in it. It was only
Very
one
little.
tiny little stem. Yeah.
Good. That's not one of the
That-
questions.
it's-
but
yeah.
Yeah, it's a good comment.
Goddamn side.
What's that?
Put in the comments.
Yeah. Those
Oh, I
are
guess
things
I
that you
never
put
thought
in
of
the
that.
Comments. True. Hey, we're on sample 2. We've got 12 more to go.
Absolutely, buddy. I agree 100%.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I just reading what Buddy Weeds said. There's no sativa or indica. All cannabis is polyhybrid. The effects of cannabis consumes is individually defined by the person, just like the bud.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree 100%. Thank you for that comment, bud.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, especially once legalization came out, a lot of people were saying no indica, no sativas.
Well, it's all a hybrid now, especially with the LP market, like you said. Unless you've got that strain from a authentic old school person who's got a bottle of them from the 70s, you don't know what you're really getting.
I've got some seeds that I'm growing that came directly from a breeder.
Yeah.
But if you go down all your lineage, there's no guarantee. You can't follow that all the way along.
As far as the legal industry goes, it doesn't have any OG original.
They've all there are some names I've seen.
But they aren't. They definitely didn't go down to
wherever. They bought from patients too, right? Okay, Bob, you need to roll a couple joints. Do you need a hand with that? Did you find it? Was it too moist or was it too dry?
No, just about right for rolling.
Just about right. Okay, good. Good to know. Okay. Do you still have the papers over there?
You betcha.
Okay.
It fluffed out pretty good.
Fluffed out pretty good. Yeah, there's another comment. Like you said, it's not on the thing.
Yeah.
That's something that we can add into the comments section.
I'd like to know what you're smoking, Buddy Weeds. And if if you happen to have a kit and you're watching us, please pipe in.
Yeah, comment in as you go along, and if you've got a kit, like Al, you could just send them the link and they could join it.
Yep, absolutely. Right. And we'll probably, before the judging is done, if there's anything left, we might do this again. So if you'd like to join us, let us know.
Yeah, who knows? It might be 4 o'clock by the time we get to sample 7 of indica. Okay. Bob's got the joints going there. Did you leave enough to roll 2 joints, or is it just 1?
I'm not telling you.
I smoked 2 joints and then I smoked 4 more.
Bob says I gotta talk to his lawyer.
Oh, Bob.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 of them then.
We always called him Suzuki Bob because he drove around a little Suzuki Samurai. And when I first met Bob, one of the first things he showed me was the trophy case of his trophies from his off-road challenges that were held at Wingham Lake.
Nice.
Of all places.
Nice.
Yeah, like big trophies. Bob and I were part of an off-road club, 4x4s trucks. I just harvested some Avalon. Yeah, and actually, to tell you the truth, talking on the indica and sativa, the breeder who I purchased my seeds from, they do not list them as an indica or sativa.
Really? They just list the name?
They list the terpenes, some of the terpenes.
Yeah.
And they tell you what the lineage is.
Some of these strains I found very terpy and some not so terpy. So you'll have to tell me.
Yeah, they list like the time, how long, for bloom, indoor, outdoor.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the important part, right? The 8-week or the 12-week flower.
Yeah, it's hard to harvest in November when I did some this year with some snow.
You know, my first season, Al,
Yeah.
I got here. I brought up 4 clones in the back of my car, went into a gas station, had to go in the back to the trunk, opened it up, and 4 plants went blink, 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 right in the middle of a parking lot at an A&W in White River, Ontario.
You know, we should have lit that.
But when I got here, they weren't doing so good because of the climate, so I had to get my greenhouse. And I went into December in the greenhouse.
Oh yeah.
One at each.
I'll do that again this year because I got Pineapple Express going.
Okay.
So it'll probably go into
Circle 2 joints.
November anyway.
That way you don't bogart the joints.
Why? I'm sorry.
That's going to work.
Take a look at your questions.
You mean don't do this, Al?
Oh,
I did. Mine
Okay.
too.
It's timed
That's
out
what
and
I
cleared
said.
out the
Take
whole-
it too long in between.
Did you go to? Oh, did it?
For
Yeah,
the
it
second.
times out.
Oh, mine's still there.
It's still there, but I've been playing with it.
Go the other way.
I've already been timed out of the website twice as well, Al.
Oh.
Yep.
Wow.
You can't sit around talking.
Yeah, keep going. Pass the doobies. Pass that doobie. It's already on the way.
Oh, we all just had to
Smoke.
say that.
Yeah.
Number 7.
Number 7. Does aroma translate to taste?
Yeah.
Nope. There you go.
And number 8 is the
There's no
experience,
title.
harsh or smooth. So 1 to 9 for harsh and smooth.
Does the aroma translate to taste?
Yeah.
And then ash color and structure, which we'll look at here. in a
There we
minute.
go. Yeah, this was working.
That's what we're looking at now.
Ash color structure.
Yeah.
I'm finding it definitely darker than the last.
Darker than the
Yeah.
last one.
Oh, Jesus.
Just like the paper.
Ash
I always think of the outer ash is the paper ash. It's working. The core is looking on a little bit on the dark side.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
So
that
how
it's
many
darker on the
strains
face.
have we done so far? 2?
2.
2. We're halfway
And
through the second one.
All right, and we're already 58 minutes into this. We're going to be here a while, folks.
We're getting faster.
Right.
And we're gonna be 20 minutes talking at the beginning of the show.
9 is the ash color and structure. 9 is the ash color and structure.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd say
Okay.
7.
So that was
8.
bogarting the joint.
Really?
I'm telling everybody else not to bogart it.
I don't even want it back.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, compared
There you
to
go.
compared to the smell, this is
comments.
awfully
I
disappointing.
did. I commented
Did you?
when.
And I just like to remind everybody,
Really as good as
Please-
this smells way better.
Yeah.
please don't lick the end of the joint while you're smoking it.
Don't even try it a second time. Yeah.
Would you buy this product?
No.
No, my throat is kind of burning actually.
Put it in the comments.
Honestly, I don't like that at all.
Well, okay, if we get to the point where nobody wants it anymore, we'll have to put it out.
Sorry, but
No, it's going to happen.
I'll
It's
give it a
gonna
second chance.
it smelled weird when I smelt it too. I didn't like the smell, and then the first taste was
Does it have a fuely
Yeah.
taste to it?
It does taste a bit decent.
Diesely? But
But,
that's
yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, sounds like that's getting put out.
Do you want any more?
I'm okay.
I gotta remember
All right.
what I'm doing.
Kill it.
Second round, both joints put out.
Nobody wants it. If you want to keep smoking it, you can.
Okay, so once you're
No.
done, hit the save and then go to save and finish later.
Sorry.
All right.
I got the page.
Yeah, that's not a good sign for that strain.
What do we got going here, bud?
Oh,
Did you get that?
I
one?
skipped ahead.
I went
Number
right through it.
10?
I already saved him.
Oh.
Didn't
Yeah,
finish
didn't
joint.
give me the chance.
Cheers yourself there.
Okay, here.
All right.
So what are you looking for? Which one? 8?
Hey,
Smoking experience, harsh or smooth.
no, fucking smooth.
But it might time
So
out
like
even then.
I went
4.
yeah. Ash and color structure. I'm actually gonna change that.
I go with number 5 and that
Don't
was
forget
nice.
save and finish later.
Effects and experience number
That's
10.
done.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
I'm Coulter Wonkite. I'm already into the 420, damn it.
What are you doing?
Good evening. I'm Coulter Wonkite. I'm already into the 420, damn it.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing? Why not?
Trying to get on this lifestyle radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
No, not at all, buddy. You're fine. I'm just doing
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiba grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Sing it, people. Sing it. Come on, sing
No,
it.
I forgot the words.
Now you forgot
I
the
forgot
words.
the words. Yeah. Oh, the pause that refreshes.
The pause that refreshes?
Yep.
Oh, okay. What's that supposed to mean?
Indica.
Oh, indica. Indica. So, hi, how are you? We're here. This is the 420 Radio Show. We're live at Gunjanistas, 242 King East. See now? You see, I say it right this time, Paula. I used to say 424. And we're here with people here smoking doobies. And Kelly's here rolling for hope. And cleaning for hope. And Paula's
What
in the
is
back
hope, Al?
trimming her son's eyebrows.
Al,
Yes, ma'am.
tell the people what hope is.
Hope is the Hamilton opiate prevention experiment, which we are going to be launching on the 18th here in Hamilton. We're going to try and not mimic, but do something of the same sort that Neil Magnuson's doing in BC with his program. And we're going to try and actually have a program where somebody can register with us, and if they can't afford their medicine and they really want to try and get off the opiates, we're going to help them do that. So.
That's awesome.
Yep, and we've been taking donations at our markets here, and you know, people are being very, very generous. Yep. Whoever's grinding, that's a super, super loud grinder. Dana.
Man, it's not me. I'm using some very quiet scissors over here.
Oh, it must be Marcel.
No, wasn't me. I'm not grinding.
Who's
grinding?
Darcy. Oh, it's Darcy.
Nope, it definitely ain't me.
So let me, since everybody's heard the voices, Mary Jane's here, Marcel's here, our regulars, and I'm Al, and we're here with Dana Larson, who is a very well-known Canadian activist, who I thoroughly enjoy listening to speak and talk to. All right, I'm here. Yeah, shut off the video, please, Mary Jane. Thank you. I think that's what did it. Yeah. All right, so we'll go back here. And we are back. This is the 420 Radio Show. We're going to try again. So, Dana Larson's here, and Darcy Pittman from Truro Herbal Company is here. He's a master grower that we like to talk to a lot. How you doing, guys?
Good.
Good. Darcy?
It sounds like they're good and stoned. Good. Good.
That's all your fault. It's all your fault, Marcel.
Yeah, it's all Marcel's fault. So now that we've got everybody where they should be, Dana, what's new out your way? How have you been enjoying life since October 17th?
Well, our dispensary's been getting busier, and then things are kind of getting into an interesting place right now. But legalization doesn't really feel much different than it did before for someone in Vancouver, where there's lots of shops to get cannabis anyways, and the police weren't really enforcing the law too strictly. So I don't think it feels kind of the same. But I mean, I know there's tons of problems, but it's also a wonderful change for our country to be doing, and I think it just really bodes well for the future of ending the war on cannabis all over the earth. I think we're setting a good precedent here in Canada, even though the details are pretty messed up.
It's a start, anyway. I say.
I think it's a big start, and I think people underestimate how much of a huge social change this is, and how many people are really terrified by this. And I wish they'd come out with an apology and really made legalization a lot better. And we still got a lot of work to do, but it's other countries around the world are looking at Canada and going, "Why don't we legalize here too?" And I think in many ways that's going to be the most important thing about it. This is going to spread all over the planet, and we've really helped break the ice here in Canada with that.
Well, I mean, we are the first country to do it countrywide, are we not? Or
Uruguay has a legal system there too, but theirs is pretty restricted actually, and you're limited in how much you purchase, and you've got to be purchase from a pharmacy, and you got to be on a special list of like marijuana users, and so it's
really?
Yeah, I mean it's better than prohibition, but it's got challenges there as well. It's not just a real open system either.
Is it really $1 a gram there?
But the thing is that's the typical price there. Like that it's not like it's super cheap for them. That's just kind of what cannabis costs. So yeah, it is definitely cheaper though. If you want to, I imagine the quality is probably a little lower than what we're used to as well. Although at least from the dispensaries, anyways.
Are prices going down out there? They're going down here.
Yeah, we've seen prices dropping over the last couple of years, really, and I think that's going to continue. And I mean, I think that's good in the long run. I think cannabis naturally should have a much lower price than it does now. If you love growing cannabis and you want to make money off it, that should be possible. You just got to grow more plants, than you used to. But I think there'll always be a place for expensive cannabis, just like there's places for really expensive cups of coffee or really expensive bottles of wine. But at the same time, I think there's also got to be a thing, just like with coffee and wine, where you can get it very cheaply if you want to do it at home or just get it at the store or whatever. And cannabis ultimately should be a much less expensive product. So I'd love to see that happen.
I'm enjoying the prices here in Hamilton. They're getting down around the $4 mark and up. In some cases, not always.
I think that buds do are going to be more expensive in that sense than other products because they do require like proper hand manicuring and a certain amount of special treatment. They're tricky to transfer and process. But I think, one day we're going to have our farmers growing high potency cannabis by the hundreds of hectares and then making great extracts. They may not be getting great buds that are perfect to smoke, but they'll be getting great extracts and being able to make those things. Like that might even happen next year with CBD. Because our hemp farmers are allowed to harvest and sell their CBD now. And that came in October, so it wouldn't affect this year. But for next year, there's going to be a lot of hemp farmers out there who, along with producing hemp seed, are going to be producing literally tons of CBD resin and be able to sell that for a price which to them is very high and for consumers is very low. And I think that's going to be a wonderful kind of a situation. I'm hoping that really works out.
I bought a squisher and I can't wait to use it.
Nice.
The rosin. Yeah, I call them squishers. Mary Jane, what are prices like out your way? You go out to the reservation pretty much, eh?
Maybe. I might have been out there earlier today, yeah.
What are the prices
so
like out there now?
For flour?
Yeah.
It varies. You can buy $50 quarters, all the way up to like $80, $90 quarters, but it depends on quality, THC. I guess it depends on a lot of things. But they sell like rosin, resin, edibles, topicals, tinctures, like all that stuff that the legal market is not selling right yet.
But it's a legal market there. On the reservation, it's a legal market.
Land, so they're somewhat protected. But I mean, you still have the issue of people going on and off the reserve because technically you're not supposed to be bringing it off the reserve.
Yeah, just like cigarettes.
Yeah.
Yeah, possession of illicit cannabis is still against the law. So technically, I mean, we'll see how they enforce this stuff. But if you get pulled over with some cannabis that you bought at the wrong place, you could be charged with that. It's kind of hard to prove it sometimes where you bought it or how you accessed it, but it's a possibility anyway.
Well, you know, I mean, the smart thing would be, Dana, is for people to go out and get at least one shipment, and keep the bottle. That's the smart.
There you
thing
go.
to
Yeah,
do.
I think a lot of people are going to do that. Yeah.
I think so. I might even do it. You know.
And I mean, you are allowed to grow your own, and that's so you know, after a few months, and you're allowed to share it with people. So my friend gave it to me out of his home grow is a perfectly legal reason to have cannabis too, right? So it becomes pretty difficult to enforce. But if you got it in like a bottle that you bought from a dispensary and it says, you know, the location on it or something, that also makes it hard to defend, right? Most cops aren't going to enforce that kind of stuff, but some will, and definitely some areas the cops are going to be more aggressive in their enforcement than other areas.
Well, I know that the Toronto police have asked that the public stop calling for 911 for marijuana calls. So.
No, I think that there's going to be a lot of good things like that coming out of this. And, you know, like I said, if you're living in Vancouver or a city where they don't really enforce cannabis so much, it's easy to sort of to downplay how important this is going to be for a lot of people who do face trafficking charges just for having a few grams in their pocket or something. And it's going to make a lot of people's lives a lot easier.
Well, see, something that's really interesting to me is the fact that, okay, our government says we can grow legally up to 4 plants. However, where do we get the seeds from? Like they said, we can only get it from legal sources. Well, see, this is where I'm getting, right? Because the government says we can only get them through a legal source, and right now the only person that I'm aware of that's selling legally, according to the government, is licensed producers, and that's only available to medical patients. So how would the recreational end user be able to purchase?
You're absolutely right. Getting access to legal seeds is not possible right now. None of the government websites are selling them online. And the LPs all say they're going to have seeds at some point, but they're not really highly motivated to let you grow your own. They really want you to buy their cannabis. So, and the seeds are going to be very expensive, I think, as well. And I don't know. I guess they can. I mean, how many seeds can they sell you at a time? Can they only sell you 4 at a time, or at the most 30? You can't possess more than 30 seeds at once because that's in public, because that's each seed equals 1 gram. But at the same time, most people are just going to get their seeds at a seed bank or from me or elsewhere or whatever, and just do it anyways. And it's absurd, though, to create these laws that they can't really enforce and that force people to like have to break the law even when they want to comply with it. They just can't.
Exactly. Are you going to do overgrow this year?
Yeah, you know, I mean, we did it for the last 3 years, and I didn't do a tour this year. I just gave out the seeds by mail, and I'm still thinking about it. But I'd like to do a national tour and give out seeds and talk about things. So I'm leaning that way. But we'll definitely do the seed giveaway either way.
Well, we have a spot for you to come and do any kind of speeches you want here in Hamilton when you come through, buddy.
Well, I appreciate that, and say that I can't announce anything yet, but I am leaning towards doing a tour probably like in March and early April. Because I have a lot of you.
Please, because I'd love to book you to come in.
Well, there you go. Well, hopefully we can make that happen.
I hope so. Let's move on to the wonderful subject of advertising. When you drive out of Toronto here, the billboards are crazy. You see Aurora is advertising on the big TV screens. A Tweed, of course, their high campaign. Are they being as blatant out there out west?
Yeah, they're not really supposed to advertise either. They're supposed to advertise in a limited way. I was reading that there's a few different newspapers, like the National Post and a few other local papers, that were distributing free copies to schools for kids to read and I guess learn about stuff and use them in school projects. Yep. And they've all canceled that because they're going to be running ads in their newspapers for marijuana companies. And the kids aren't allowed to see those ads. That's right. And so students are going to be deprived of their free newspapers from these different, companies because of the cannabis ads. And it's such a bizarre thing when, they've had alcohol ads and everything else forever, and it doesn't make any sense. It's very strange. the restrictions they're putting on stuff.
But yet you can drive down. You can go to the exhibition, or take your child down to Ontario Place, and everywhere you go, high campaign everywhere. Tweed had. I went and saw Robert Plant during the summer, and Tweed had a booth in the center of where all the food is and stuff like that, where you come into the Ontario Place Budweiser stage, and they were all over the place. Tweed was. They actively soliciting down there, actively.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm not sure. If it's adults only and stuff, I guess they're allowed.
That's my point. Ontario Place is not adults only.
Neither well, a lot of them are pushing the rules too. They don't seem to get a lot of they can put pesticides in their product and they get just a wagged finger from Health Canada, but they don't really get any fines or charges or any kind of things like that. And I've been reading that they've been breaking the rules in terms of advertising and promotion in different ways, and Health Canada has been sort of chastising them, but there hasn't really been any enforcement or fines or any kind of punishments as far as I've heard. So it's
what I've been seeing mostly is idiots that are doing stupid things. If you treat it like alcohol, put it in your trunk, go for your drive, come, get out, and then medicate. It's a lot easier for everybody,
I mean, there's been a few isolated charges and things, and we'll see how it all plays out. And I know there'll be lots of court challenges and things like that as well. Although one person, they were charged for what the police claimed was cannabis residue on their dashboard, and we had no cannabis. And that, to me, also, that's a bit much. I was in Victoria, and you don't know the details, but that doesn't seem like that's right. That charge should not stick. If you spilled alcohol somewhere in your car, shouldn't apply. That's ridiculous.
Just because you smell alcohol or just because you smell cannabis doesn't mean you've been using it in the car.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a reason for suspicion, but it's not. But finding cannabis residue, that's not the same as possessing cannabis. However you feel about whether you should be allowed to possess cannabis while you're driving, like in an open way or not, residue doesn't count, right? So that should not be. So there's going to be police pushing their boundaries. But we hear about it, and it makes the news, and it's a big story, and hopefully we go to court and we fight some of this stuff, and over the coming months and years we find the parameters and establish what the rules really are, right? Because they put a lot of ridiculous rules in place that need to be fixed.
There's a lot of laws. I mean, there's a lot of laws out there that are pretty serious laws that aren't used because they just can't be bothered. Like jaywalking. It's a pretty serious crime. And it is illegal.
Cause death.
It can cause death. Sure, it can. Cannabis cannot.
Up until the law changed on October 17th, bongs were illegal to sell, and so were grow books and that. These laws were still on the books, even though they were very rarely enforced, and usually only in a small town once in a while. But Quebec's actually passed these harsh censorship laws where you can't even sell a T-shirt or a book or a mug or anything with the word cannabis or 420 on it or anything like that. That kind of stuff is just extreme censorship and really just nonsensical. But that is definitely an area where it has gotten worse in Quebec anyways, since October 17th and before.
I heard about that. I heard there were some stores that had to actually pull stock that was in the back of their store and that had been there for like 20 years.
Yeah, they basically censored any promotion of cannabis in any way, and it's written in such a vague way that it depends who's enforcing it, right, and who's talking to you about it, because it just says you can't promote this. So it was a picture of Bob Marley. Is that promoting marijuana? Is the number 420 promoting marijuana? Well, it depends who you ask, right, and what the context is, and so. It's but a lot of places have just closed down or stopped doing it or are getting worried about it, and there's just no reason for anything like that. To increase censorship after legalization is really obviously it's backwards, right? It's not what we should be doing, and Quebec has always been pretty anti-cannabis as a government, even though I think there's a lot of cannabis users and weed smokers in Quebec, that's for sure.
Well, the French don't smoke pot.
Well, yeah, I think it's a Catholic kind of a culture thing that the Catholic Church and the Catholics have always been kind of against cannabis, and I think that culturally is why they want to pass these kind of harsh laws, and that there's that religious aspect. And even though most Quebecois, I don't think, go to church or are actively Catholic, I think certainly the government and their culture, I think, is still heavily influenced by that, and so that's why there's this wanting to crack down a level there. You know, I mean, I'm not a Quebecer, but that seems to be the impetus there. It's a kind of a remnant of their religious past.
What do you have to say on the subject, Darcy?
NSLC down this way, they have a list of cannabis words that you're not allowed to use, like joint.
Really?
Yeah, bong, 420, 710. There's a whole list of them.
You know, they were quite chatty with me on Twitter before the 17th, up until I invited them on the show, and they stopped talking to me.
Yeah, of course, of course.
So you could have 419, but not 420. So if a shirt said like 419, it's 419. Got a minute? Would that be allowed, or is that like?
That's good, Darcy.
I've seen those kind of shirts, right? Dana. I thought maybe I maybe do a thing. Oh no, this isn't a marijuana. This is a Japanese maple leaf. I mean, how that kind of stuff. But I don't know if that's going to be successful or not. But
the price of Japanese maple leaf plants, live ones, have gone up. The price of them, because I'd love to have them scattered all over the lounge here, but they're like $200 or $300 for the damn things. They're not cheap.
No, they're pretty expensive.
My friend Kelly used to have a rather about a 5-foot fake one, but it unfortunately became the kidney litter box, so it got thrown out.
That's terrible.
That is
but
terrible.
Yeah, so there's a whole list of words they have, because we're looking at putting our product in their stores if we have enough supply, because we're us at Truro Herbal Company, like I said from day one, we're supplying the medical market first. We're likely going to be one of the only licensed producers out there that are focused mainly on medical patients.
You guys are not doing recreational, or you're going to be doing both?
People who need it first, stoners second, as they say.
Amen.
That's
nice to hear.
So basically, the recreational market will get the overages.
It will. We're focused on our medical patients, man. I've been an advocate for it since day one, and I'll be an advocate for it till the end of time for cannabis, man. It's a life-saving plant, and I want the people who need it to have it first.
I just want to say thank you, Darcy, because as a patient, seeing the articles come out where the licensed producers are now saying, sorry, we didn't expect recreational to be as popular as it is, and we have medication. Yeah. Like, that to me is...
Why not just say, we're sorry, we're stupid.
It's been since day one. Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry. No, I was just going to say, we've been saying since day one as a medical patient, all of us, we've all been saying, you guys are underestimating the market. There's no way you're going to be able to fill the void. We all knew there was going to be shortages. We just were taking bets on when it was going to be.
The thing with what, yeah. Oh, this is it. The thing, like I say, with these big licensed producers out there, all they see is dollar signs, right? They don't see the value in it. They never seen the value in it since day one. It was always dollar signs, right? Yeah. I mean, the patients wouldn't buy their stuff, so they stored it in a vault for 18 months till legalization happened, and then they pushed it on the recreational market, and even they thought it was crap. So, I mean, what's that tell you?
The government makes really bad drug dealers.
Well, this is it, right? They said, "Oh, we want to be your drug dealer now," and well, guess what? You're poor at running the country, so of course you're going to be a poor drug dealer. So,
I don't want their drugs.
Nope. I grow my own. I've been growing my own for 17 years now, and I'll continue to grow my own.
Yeah, soon you'll be doing it on a very big scale.
Yeah, and I'll be able to supply patients with the same quality medicine that I smoke.
Now, okay, I'm glad you brought that up. But please, you're in a wheelchair.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you tell folks your story and how cannabis became your lover?
Well, I was in an accident 17 years ago. I was in a forestry accident, and a tree fell on me. There's a whole story behind that, but anyways, the tree fell on me, and I ended up with a T8T9 incomplete break, which is you still have feeling. It's just I can't bear enough weight on my legs to take the weight of my upper body to say. So yeah. So I mean, I do have a walker at home, and I do use it once in a while to stand up to relieve the pain in my legs and just to let your organs hang, because organs are meant to be hang, not sat down.
Yeah.
So in the process of all that, I ended up in the hospital for 4 months, and when I got out, they shoved 55 pills into me every day, just shoving them in like candy, and I just couldn't take it anymore. So one day I woke up, rolled up the biggest, fattest joint I could, and I bet you the thing weighed 5 grams because it had to. And I lit it up and I smoked it, and I was stoned. Like I was stoned, but I didn't care. I didn't care about what was going on. I was happy. It changed my life. It was an eye-opening experience. Then the next day, I took all them pills and threw them in the garbage, and never touched one ever since. I don't even take a Tylenol. I don't take any medication. Infection pills when I got to, because sometimes where you're they classify me as a paraplegic, but I'm what they call an incomplete para. But anyways, you still get the usual UTI or some sort of a bug like that, and it's sometimes just natural things don't get rid of it, so you gotta take an antibiotic. That's the only pharmaceutical I put in my body.
Wow.
Everything else is cannabis. I eat it, I smoke it, I vape it, I rub it on as topical, I even shove it up my bum. So
there you go. Ben for a friend.
Yeah, Marcel suppositories are a godsend.
Oh yes, I know. I tried them.
So, like I said, I've been a big advocate for this plant ever since. I mean, I grew up around it my whole life, and it was never hid from me. It was never this is a bad thing, right? So I view alcohol as more of a bad thing than I do cannabis, because I see what it did to my family, and I see that a lot of them turn out to be alcoholics, and it's just not good. I see how quick it ended their life, right? So yeah. I don't touch alcohol. I have the odd glass of wine here and there, and that's about it. Cannabis all the way.
Dana, how did you find cannabis?
Oh, I just look in my hand and there it is. So, I mean, I started smoking when I was in late high school, and I started learning about it around the same time, like grade 12, and I read The Emperor Wears No Clothes by Jack Herrera. That was a very influential book, and I just was always kind of politically minded, so I started writing letters to our Canadian politicians, and when I went to university, we started a club on campus to support legalization of drugs, and I met some cool people there. Chris Bennett, he wasn't at he was older and he was living on Vancouver Island, but he would come over and give talks, and I ended up working for Mark Emery when he came to Vancouver after I graduated from SFU, and I started doing Cannabis Culture magazine with him, and that was all about almost 30 years ago now.
So you entered the rec market basically.
I became a cannabis. Didn't really have any underlying medical needs specifically when I started using cannabis, but I just really loved it. I'd tried many other substances, and cannabis was the one that really stuck with me and was something that I really enjoyed and saw the value of. And the more I learned about it over the years, the more it just kind of propelled me in this direction. But I became an activist, pretty early on. My first thing when I was in high school, I would write letters to all the Canadian politicians about cannabis and the war on drugs, and keep all their answers in a binder and try to establish dialogue with these people. And we actually organized some of the first rallies in Vancouver. There's been rallies forever, but some of the first ones in like the late 80s and early 90s. There'd been kind of a lull there for a bit, and we were putting on events at the art gallery, and I've been to every single we got the 25th anniversary of 420 coming up next year. And
you do that on the beach now, right?
We do it at Sunset. It's actually it's like a grassy section, a park right next to the beach, and so it's partly on the beach and mainly on the grass area. And we get over 100,000 people, I think, coming out over the day. There's actually nothing else like it in the world. It is the freest place for cannabis on earth at that moment when we do 420, because there's nowhere else where you can have hundreds of booths. We'll have 300 or 400 booths now, almost all selling cannabis products, extracts, dabs, edibles, cannabis of all kinds. And now there's a lot of other booths that sell other things and that. But it's there's nowhere else that has this kind of one-day farmers market, full-on cannabis sales just like that, openly like that. And so it's a really unique experience and something that has really grown. We've been doing it at the Sunset Beach location in Vancouver for the last 3 years. We used to do it downtown Vancouver around the art gallery, and it just got so busy there. We were taking over several downtown blocks and stretching out, causing a lot of traffic problems, and so we had to move it somewhere better. And although there's been some challenges with the park board getting things a friendly way, in terms of the event itself, it's really worked wonderfully at Sunset Beach. It's a beautiful location, and we really have a wonderful day. So it's incredibly unique.
There's not usually any issues or anything. I mean, I've never been, but I mean, I know what's going on. Obviously, I see everything being posted about it, and I haven't really heard of that. There's been many incidents like at any of them, really.
No, the only issues are
the asshole factor. Of course, there's always an asshole factor.
But political issues, people complaining about it and that. But in terms of the event itself, there's no problems. The only issue has been that there was damage. It really rained. The first year we did it at Sunset Beach, it was dry and the grass was all fine. But the second year it rained a lot, and so it got muddy. And so they had to reseed the park. So they had to shut down that area and fence it off for a few weeks afterwards to reseed it. And it's not a heavily used park, but it was an inconvenience for people that want to hang out there, I guess, for that time. And so we felt bad about that. So this year we actually spent, I think, $30,000 on this special protectant material to lay down to protect the grass. And it worked really well. There was still some grass damage, but it was a lot less and a lot easier to fix. And the park wasn't really shut down very much. But that's the only issue. But in terms of the event itself, there's no conflicts, there's no issues. At the end of it, the police that are there, sorry, I just had to sneeze. At the end of it, the police that are there give us a handshake, and they have a wonderful time, and everything is very friendly with all the authorities involved. It's only really at the political level with some of the park board people on the commissioner and the park board commissioners who sometimes complain about us in the media. But and it's one of the biggest public events, and it's really grown very naturally with no corporate sponsors and no big push from anybody, just its own momentum of people who love cannabis. It's grown from a couple of dozen people in Victory Square 25 years ago to this massive 100,000 people, 300 booths, cultural festival it's become. So it's to me, it's just incredible.
I hope that down the road that we're going to be able to enjoy the type of festivals that they do overseas, because they have some doozies out there, like in Nimbin, is that what it's called?
I've been to the Nimbin Festival, and it's a wonderful event, but they sure have a hard time. The authorities there, the police. Oh yeah, the police pretty much encircle the town and stop everybody driving in and out for cannabis residue and stuff. And if you test, they have the swab test in Australia for driving on cannabis. The event is in the town, it's fine, but the cops, it's Nimbin, depends on the year, and how things are going. Some years are better than others. But Nimbin is a very small little town with a pretty hardcore kind of old school hippie pro-cannabis thing going on. And a lot of people grow in the bush out there too in that area. But the cops, the cops are not friendly. Australian cops are hostile to their event. And I've been there.
What about the Spanibus? Is that different?
I think Spain's pretty cool. Yeah. I don't think there's any big problems in Spain like that. I think Spain's got a more open system. Although you still can't, you can't just go buy cannabis. I don't think quite as easily there as you can now. In theory, you can in Canada. If there's actually
you can in Canada if you can get some.
In theory,
find somebody that's got some, right?
Yeah. Spain is pretty open. Amsterdam is restricted too, actually, in a lot of ways.
I smoked my first
Like in
joint
Amsterdam, the coffee
a-
shop can't have more than 500 grams.
I smoked my first joint in a hash bar with my mom in the 60s in the red light district in Amsterdam. Yep. That's when Amsterdam
Right
was Amsterdam. Yeah.
Well, there's still a red light district.
Oh
Still
yes,
lots of
oh
taps
yes.
and stuff.
I'd like to go back before I'm gone. I think. What do you think? Are we ready for a pee break?
Sure.
Sure. Nobody's
Works
really
for
cares.
me.
Yeah. Darcy, you okay?
I do not need to urinate, but
Oh yeah.
I do not need to urinate. All
I'm
right.
just in babysitting the girls.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and also I want to congratulate you, bud, because it's the first time we talked on your nuptials.
Thank you.
And we got some Bob Marley and the Wailers, and we'll be right back. This is the 420 Radio Show. We are live here at Gunjanistas in Hamilton, Ontario. Come on, push the button.
Play some music, reggae music. Play some music, reggae music. Root rock reggae, this reggae music. Root rock reggae, this reggae music. Hey, Mr. Music, you sure sound good to me. I can't refuse it. What to be, got to be. Feel like dancing, dance 'cause we are free. Feel like dancing, come dance with me. Roots rock reggae, this reggae music. Root rock reggae, yeah, this reggae music. Play some music, this reggae music. Play some music, this reggae music. Play on the R&B, want all my people to see. We're bubbling on the top 100, just like a mighty dread. Play on the R&B, want all my people to see. We're bubbling on the top 100, just like a mighty dread. Root rock reggae, this reggae music, Root rock reggae, give it up for this reggae music. Play some music, this reggae music. Play some music, this reggae music. This reggae music. This reggae music. Play on the R&B. I want all my people to see. We're bubbling on the top 100, just like a mighty dread. Play some music, reggae music. Play some music, reggae music.
down the music. And there goes the music. We are chatting with Dana Larson and Darcy Pittman. And where were we? We were. Oh, you want to talk about what you were talking about, Mary Jane, on the air?
Rolling joints and.
No, I don't know. I was passing the time talking about microdosing with psilocybin and different uses that you could use it for.
I've been microdosing.
I think microdosing is going to be a big thing, and I think that the psychedelics or entheogens are kind of in the same place now that marijuana was maybe 15, 20 years ago in terms of there's people that know about it, but it hasn't really broken through to the mainstream yet. There's court cases and challenges that are starting up, people trying to get Section 56 exemptions for this.
It's the next fight, isn't it?
And I think and all the reasons that apply to cannabis apply to them. And I think it'll be the same kind of thing where they'll be sort of medicalized. So you'll be, instead of seeing MDMA as something that a raver takes to get high and have a good time, you'll see it as something that someone with PTSD takes to deal with their therapy. And so the same way that cannabis went from being seen as a hedonistic drug to being seen as a valuable medicinal product and then kind of legalized for everybody eventually, I think these substances will go through the same thing. And I want to help make that process happen. I think that it's a good start. People need these entheogens. They're really good for dealing with trauma. They're good for mental health. And microdosing especially is so incredibly safe with such very minimal risks and such broad benefits that I think anybody should be able to get microdoses anywhere as an adult. Maybe to get full-on experiences, you should get some kind of guidance or some kind of assurity that you're going to do it in the right way. But microdosing, I think, is definitely going to be very, very popular soon.
Do you think it's the next fight?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think that the tactics we used with dispensaries of kind of having the civil disobedience, but in sort of a medical kind of way, and open that up, I expect that's going to be the next wave for psychedelics and entheogens and other things. It's going to be through that same kind of medical dispensary model. And there's sort of court cases going on that will provide legal cover for that kind of stuff and saying people have a right to this and the government's not providing it, so therefore the dispensary is allowed to exist. And I bet within a year or two there's going to be a lot of microdose dispensaries across Canada, and hopefully I'm one of them. I think that'd be great.
I definitely think it's the next step as well. I mean, as an adult, there's nothing wrong with it, and there's a lot of medical benefits too.
So how do you,
Dana mentioned.
So what do you think about selling, I think adults should be able to buy mushrooms and LSD and MDMA if they want to, and certainly I've had some positive experiences and all those kind of things, but there should be some kind of rules or structure around that, And I know if we say, we're going to legalize mushrooms, they'll be thinking, everyone's going to be driving high on mushrooms all the time, and we need some kind of blood test for psilocybe levels before we could legalize mushrooms so that nobody's driving high and stuff. But I don't think people would all start taking magic mushrooms and then driving, and I think people wouldn't do that. But what do you think if we just legalized mushrooms in Canada? How would we do that? Should we just make them available for sale for everybody? You want to buy some LSD? Just go and get some? How would that work? Because I think that would probably be a good idea.
It would be a good idea, but as much as you'd like to think that people wouldn't do that, there are people that would do that.
Fair enough.
Well, some people definitely would, I think, but it would be, would it be, does that mean, is prohibition better because of that, or is there ways of dealing with that? People can take pharmaceutical drugs and drive as well, and people can just be too tired and drive, or be texting and driving, but we don't ban cell phones because people can text and drive, but we make rules around it, and we should have rules. I'm not sure. I think if you're going to take a psychedelic or something, someone should give you a talk. You shouldn't maybe just be able to go in and get it. Maybe you need a license or something. You got a driver's license. Maybe you get a psychedelic license.
A license to get psychedelia.
To be able to buy it, you've got to be able to just answer some questions and show that you're a responsible user, and then you get permission to go. And I don't know if that's the right idea or not. I'm just kind of brainstorming, but I do think there should be some kind of instruction manual or something, because you can have bad experiences on psychedelics, and especially on potent ones. And I think having some kind of like at least like a little thing, what to expect or what, how to maximize this or something. But I don't know. I think that might be an interesting way of going about it.
You got a very valid point there, because not everyone can go to the jungle and take ayahuasca.
Yeah, like not a prohibition, but just a way, just to make sure that people know how to use it safely, or that you've passed some kind of. It could just be a written thing, or I don't know, just having somebody talk to you for a little bit about it before you take it, even, But I think that's wise. Just selling people powerful psychedelics without some kind of guidance is probably not a good idea, and that's how it's done now through prohibition, right? Or you just get something that you hope is.
Well, it's usually you're doing it with somebody who's done it before.
Or you're doing it, if you're doing it ceremonially or something. But I mean, also the first time I did acid, we just bought it off some guy, my friend and I, and took squares, and we didn't, we'd read about it, but we didn't have an elder telling us like some advice on, hey, when I took it, I did this and that. And now there's the internet, so there's more knowledge available than when I was first experimenting with these things. But
first time we drank, we went out and my buddy broke his nose at the park. I mean, it happens, right? You're growing up.
Hey,
yeah, for sure, yeah.
First time I took LSD, I met my wife.
That's a trip.
That was quote. She said, and I quote, "I never want to see you again." It was awesome.
And how long ago was that?
12 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah. And then he started stalking her.
No.
So it was going to boil down to she had to go out with him or get a restraining order.
So what? Marriage since cheaper?
Yeah, marriage was cheaper. Yeah.
I had a guy that worked for me that he got married because marriage was cheaper than writing a new will.
Oh my.
Yeah. On that note, so Dana, let's get back to Dana here. What have you got coming up in the near future that you can tell us about?
Well, I want to, I think, be part of that kind of entheogen microdosing thing, and I'm not quite sure how we're going to do it exactly, but I've been exploring that and trying to find ways to make those kind of things available or help others make it available. But I can't really get into details yet because things are still kind of sketchy. But I do think this is the next frontier, and I want to help be at the edge of that as much as possible, and make those kind of things happen. And I've also been writing books and working on my Pothead book things. I've been releasing new issues of the Harry Pothead and the Marijuana Stone comic book series. We're about to print issue 4, and I'm just going to plug our potheadbooks.com website where you can order my comics and books and stuff. But I'm trying to do more writing and get more creative cannabis-related books and comics out there, and hopefully we see more of those over the coming year too.
We've got your Dr. Seuss book here.
Yeah, I'm going to do a little video version of that. I think it should be out in a couple of months, put online, and have some fun with that, and that kind of thing.
I got a copy in the Karma Cup kit, and I brought it here I donated it to the lounge here for people to look at.
That's definitely the most popular book of any of the stuff that I've done, and it, the art really makes a lot of it, and I'm always happy people like it. I took that to South America, and people who had no idea who Dr. Seuss is have never seen Green Eggs and Ham, and so it's neat seeing people like that take a look at it because it means nothing to them. Like everybody here, it's a parody. What makes it interesting is the Dr. Seuss aspect. Someone has no idea who Dr. Seuss is, and they're reading it. That's just a different experience. I like seeing that. Reactions.
If you look at your book side by side with the original, I mean, if you didn't know, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's all fresh art, but he's definitely captured those characters and the Dr. Seuss style and everything really well.
For sure. So we've talked about the mushrooms, we've talked about the cannabis, and what's on the new frontier? I mean, the stocks are going up and down like fucking roller coaster, right?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We've been talking about our dispensaries. I'm not really keen on even trying to transition into the legal system or anything so much, but we'll see what happens. I guess I'm not really interested in selling like I didn't start selling cannabis so I could sell cannabis. I started to make it available for everybody, and it's kind of a means to an end. And so I'd rather try to focus on other entheogens and other plants. And for me, it's always been more than just cannabis is the world's greatest plant, but it's always been more than cannabis. It's about the whole war on drugs and the war on plants and coca leaves, opium poppies and mushrooms and cactus and all these different things. So I kind of want to broaden our focus and try to start talking about other substances and kind of expanding that. So we'll see how that takes shape. But I've been doing a lot of work like that, and I think it's going to come to fruition over the coming months.
I'm enjoying watching what's going on.
The war on drugs is so entrenched in our society, we don't really realize how deep it goes, and how much of our own thoughts and patterns are kind of shaped by this prohibition mentality, which is such a cultural aberration, I really think.
And a lot of the culture doesn't really have anything to do with cannabis itself. I mean,
it's about prohibition, a lot of it. It's about being an underclass and being oppressed, and watching out for cops and sort of anti-authoritarianism and stuff, I think.
But there's a whole cannabis music culture that isn't about, it's about getting high and listening to the music. Yeah, but like there's that. I mean, it's really a lifestyle. It's not just a bunch of potheads anymore.
Well, I think it's what we're seeing is the counterculture becoming the mainstream culture, and the cannabis culture ultimately becoming a mainstream thing, and it's going to change everything. And part of that is a loss in a way, because we value the homegrown aspect and the kind of the surreptitious and the being part of a group that kind of is in the know and having our certain thing. That's kind of fun and valuable, even though it also sucks to be oppressed in that too. And we're going to lose that because it's as it goes mainstream, it becomes everybody, and that secretness belonging to the secret society of stoners kind of,
No, now we have the secret society of medical patients.
Over.
The medical patients will be the secret society.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I suppose.
Because we still have edibles. As I suck back another salty chocolate ball.
That's going to all change. It's all going to open up. It seems interminably slow to have to wait another year or longer, and for how slow they'll be. You have to get only one store open. But over time, there's going to be more. And within 5 years, there's going to be hundreds of stores all over the place, and there's going to be all kinds of legal products that are going to hopefully match the quality and certainly the variety of the current market. Like, it's going to come. It seems really slow looking at this end so it's another year. But, in 5 years, there's going to be, I hope anyways, a robust legal market with all of our quality concerns hopefully have been dealt with. I don't think it's going to happen in the next year or two, but it's going to happen in 5 years. That's what we want, right? Like, I don't know. It's hopefully.
I think you're...
Go ahead.
No, I think you're only going to... I think Dana's right. The quality's going to come. It's just going to take some time. But I still think there's only going to be, say, 5, maybe 10% of the whole entire market will actually be that quality that we're all used to.
Well, yeah, maybe. It depends on how things are licensed and regulated. And I don't think it's going to happen the way the laws are now. Certainly, it doesn't allow for that. But hopefully, over the coming years. I don't think it's going to get any more strict. I think what's in place now is only going to loosen up now over the coming years. I think they've all the provinces have kind of locked in their levels of prohibition that we're going to have to fight. But maybe take longer than 5 years. I don't know. But it's going to have to be much more open. And I think things are going to get less prohibitive over time and more access and the ability to grow to have micro growing and people growing on a really small scale. Which is what cannabis needs, right? It's hard to grow really high-quality cannabis in a mass scale. It really requires that kind of personal, hands-on level of that.
There's also that's a good point, because there's a reason why these concentrate companies do small batches, right? Because they get a better quality out of it, right?
There's also, there's also different markets, just like with wine and other things. There's going to be different markets, I think, that people like us who are part of the culture and who have experienced a lot of good cannabis and who use a lot of cannabis, you care a lot more. But for someone, there's a lot of people for whom just have a few puffs off a joint and they're good and they don't really care about the strain. They just want to get kind of high once in a while, right? Those people, I think, I mean, maybe that's even the bulk of cannabis users, but not the ones who are using most of the cannabis, right? There's a lot of very lightweight tokers out there, but the people like us who are in it, I'm not going to buy crappy cannabis for $12 a gram or whatever or more, because I can't afford that, and I've got great supply already. So
that's right.
They're going to have.
I'm going to go out and get a $4 crappy gram. I'm not going to go spend $12 on a crappy gram.
Yeah, or you're going to get a good gram for that money. Or you're going to know how the thing is going to be robust. They've got to really outcompete it ultimately. But I do think it's going to, I think hopefully this is what we want it to be normalized. And I really expect at some point there's going to be like too much cannabis, like not for my taste, but there's going to be a lot. It's going to be a glut where they're going to, right now it's a shortage, but it's not really that hard to produce a lot of cannabis anyways. Maybe not a lot of great cannabis, but it's happening in Oregon where a lot of the prices are really dropping quite substantially in the wholesale market.
Not just Oregon, it happened in Washington too. They both went through the same thing, where their prices were going down to like $40 an ounce because they had such a glut from the outdoor crop last year.
I'd do a $40 ounce in a second.
No, I think that's actually good. Like I know some people make a living off of cannabis and they don't want the price to go down, but for every person selling it for a high price, someone else is having to like scrape together their pennies to pay that high price. So hopefully people who love growing can just grow more. Maybe they don't make so much per plant, but they can, do a bigger, freer crop.
Speaking of growing, Mary Jane just sent me an article, and the title is Ontario Cannabis Store Blames Growers Label Snafu for New Delivery Delays.
Oh. Well, I know they were having troubles with their tax stamp labels they have to put on them, that there wasn't enough glue or something, and that there was problems getting these things, and they're going to put them all on by hand, right? They don't really have a machine for that, so it's a lot of people finicking around with these labels and putting all these tax stamp labels on all the jars that I think has been the problem, and I guess they're blaming that, but that sounds like no.
The problem is Health Canada didn't approve enough growers to be able to be ready for this.
And not just that, Marcel. Everyone's got to forget. Tweed, Aurora. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't use any names. But anyways, Tweed and Aurora and all these big LPs. I don't care now because I just got thinking about this. They're sending a lot of their product out of country.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I don't want to get into percentages, but I bet you close to half of their product is going out of country.
Yeah. Because that's the export agreements they made. So they've got to keep up with that.
Exactly, because they're getting more money.
They didn't know when all this was going to happen, so they have to keep business as usual. So they've set up other deals, and now they've cut us out of the,
Right. But Health Canada knew this was going to happen.
Of course they did.
They all knew they were not going to. Well, but they didn't have any choice, right? I mean, they open up with what they got, and if they don't have enough, well, we'll get more later and that. But they should have licensed more people in advance, absolutely, and given out a lot more permits.
They licensed what? Probably 25 since they announced that they were going to legalize it.
There was 35 companies that was left to be licensed that were under the ACMPR, the old system, prior to legalization. After legalization, now there's 8 companies left that they're trying to figure out what to do with, and we're one of them. We're all in the late stages of our evidence package, and they're just trying to figure out, what do we do? Do we license you as an ACMPR and then convert you over to the CTLS? Do we license you as the CTLS and tell you, go do all this paperwork first and then come back to us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot. There's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that even I don't know that's going on, and it's ridiculous if you want my honest opinion, because you're holding up people like myself, who is just eager and ready and willing to get out there and start growing and start supplying medicine to these patients that need this product, and Health Canada is the one that's holding it up right now.
Still.
Yeah, still.
Wow.
We passed our evidence package in June, and we're still waiting for. We got 2 RFI returns, and now we're waiting for our what happened to our second one. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
It's like silence up there. It's like Silence of the Lambs up there. Like no one knows what's going on, and it's just nothing. You can't call and say, I need to talk to this person, because it just doesn't work that way.
Because they'll answer the phone and go, bah.
Yeah, well, this
Pretty
is
much.
This is it, right? Like they it's silence, Al. It really is. It's really frustrating. And how do expect? I feel, and who I feel bad for is not just the patients, but these people who invested their money, 4 and 5 years ago and were promised to grow 2 years down the road, and now they're 5 years in saying, "What the hell?"
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, investing is a lucrative thing. I mean, you can lose your money.
It's also a risk.
You can lose it as quick as you can gain it. But when you're promised something, and these companies tell you, okay, it only takes 2 years, and now you're 5 years into it.
There's definitely been bankruptcies and people losing because of this, and they make it very, there's a lot of money you got to spend up front, and you got to have your system all set up and ready to go, and then you sit there and you wait, and you're paying people, and you're paying rent, and you wait. And it's going to happen to dispensaries too, right? They want us to shut down and then get a permit and then reopen, but that shutting down process and waiting could be hopefully just a few days, or it could be months and months and years, and you're paying rent and you can't waiting for a permit, right? So there's a lot of
Isn't that what happened to that grow in Abbotsford?
Yeah, there was one in Abbotsford.
They had to let it die because they couldn't get the licensing.
They were all talking really big and everything, and then they ended up going bankrupt, and they all kind of started fighting with each other, and then they went bankrupt and collapsed down.
Waiting for a license.
If you don't have at least $1 million to start up one of these companies, it's
$1 million.
$1 million, like
you
micro,
need a bit more than $1 million. Oh, for micro, for micro, you're going to need $1 million.
Right now, to start a micro, if you don't have someone to back you that has at least $1 million, you might as well just rip the paperwork up and throw it in the garbage, because the security aspect of it is ridiculous. That's where they focus the most on. They don't care about how you grow it. They could care less about what you spray on it, as we all know, because they've been spraying these poisons. But it's your security aspect. They don't want someone being able to walk out of that facility with as much as a leaf in their pocket.
Wow.
Even though it's legal.
Yeah, it's stupid. and then you're gonna there's another whole thing. You're leaving work from a cannabis facility. You're on your way home. You're going through a roadblock. You stink like pot. Are they gonna pull you over to the side and give you the third degree?
I asked.
Nope, we'll give all of our employees special cards for their cars.
They have to.
I asked Jack flat out. He was supposed to be on Ira's show with me, and he wasn't able to make it. So I asked him online a simple question: is the odor of cannabis enough to detain you or have you pulled over or whatever? And he said, it depends.
I've been under arrest for possession of cannabis when I didn't have any cannabis, but I smelled like it, or they claimed I smelled like it. I got pulled over for not, it was during the Olympics time, and they said, we're just pulling you over because we can. I didn't actually do anything. And then they said, oh, you smell like cannabis. They want to search your car. And I said, you can't search my car. So they put me under arrest for possession of cannabis because they can't search your car based on the smell of cannabis. Yeah. But they can arrest you based on the smell of cannabis, and once you're under arrest, then they're allowed to search your car. So it's just their way of getting around the no smell rule or whatever, right? So they brought a dog. They couldn't find any cannabis in my car, and they let me go. It was an odd kind of thing. But I think that they have, a lot of times they can just kind of do whatever they want when it comes to that. Another time, though, in Vancouver, I got pulled over for making a left turn where I wasn't supposed to do it at that time. And the cop said to me, oh, you smell like cannabis. You're probably just coming home from working at a dispensary, right? And I said, yep. And he said, all right. And then he just wrote me a ticket for the left turn I wasn't supposed to do. And then he didn't do anything about my cannabis smell. So, and I didn't look impaired, and I was driving fine or whatever, right? So a lot of it depends on the cop and how they're feeling at that moment as well, I think.
Yeah, that's true too. If he's having a bad day, well, he's going to take it out on every person he stops. So,
yeah, I think that a lot of these tests, I'm all for the impairment test for roadside, actually testing for impairment and not for what's in your body. But I've done that roadside impairment test twice, and the results I got were basically seemed to be based on the attitude of the police officer and not on my ability to perform the test. And I think that's probably, they should have to videotape it. So if you wanted to challenge it, it should be like something that's more scientifically based in terms of whether you're able to perform it or not. And there's also problems because sometimes people have got, they're old or they've got a health issue, so they can't stand on one leg for a long time. But that doesn't mean they can't drive properly. It just means they can't stand on one leg, right? So it's not a perfect test either.
I couldn't. Marcel, do you think that you could do a roadside test?
Nope. No, I have MS. I have MS, but I was told that they treat patients differently.
Yeah, well,
that was from the drug recognition officer says that, we have different tests that we would use for patients. But this was after I talked to him for an hour, and he didn't realize that I used near the amount of cannabis I use. In his mind, I would be totally impaired. But talking to me, he couldn't tell.
I wonder if he make me wheel a straight line.
It should be like a drug recognition expert. It should be an impairment expert. They shouldn't be trying to recognize if you're on drugs or not, because that's not the question. It should be whether or not you're impaired. So one of the tests or one of the things on their list is to check your muscle tone and to check if you've got injection marks on you. Well, yeah, if someone's got injection marks, that helps you identify what kind of drug they might be using, but doesn't tell you anything about their current state of impairment or not, right? So their test is not always actually based on impairment. Or even when they're looking at your eyeballs, they want to see if your eyeballs are going to jiggle when you look to the side or something. It's like, that's not like walking a straight line, touching your nose. Those things to me seem like it's about coordination, right? But if your eyeballs jiggle or not, or if you've got weird muscle tone, that's got nothing to do with your driving ability. Like, that shouldn't be even part of the test, right? It should be an impairment test, not a drug test.
Yeah, exactly.
The long and the short of it is it's to protect the driver and the public, but I mean that doesn't necessarily prove anything, does it? When they run these tests.
Well,
cannabis can be impairing. You can absolutely be impaired by cannabis if you're a novice user. If you eat too much of it, but for most people, the way they use it, it's not impairing. Or if it is impairing, it's much less impairing than legal amounts of alcohol are. So it's
when you've gone to pick up your pot, weed, cannabis, marijuana, whatever you want to call it, put it in the back or put it where you
ganja.
Yeah, I forgot
Cheaper.
that one. What I'm seeing is people who are getting charged with cannabis offenses are being charged with it being too close to them, same as alcohol. Okay, so if you're driving around with an open case of beer in the backseat of your car and a cop pulls you over, you're going to get charged with impaired driving, or you're going to get questioned.
But you can have closed. Can you have closed bottles of alcohol in your car?
Sure, as long as it's not open. And it can't be.
All right. So what's open? I mean, it's a joint. How do you have it? Like if it's a lit joint, that's open. But if it's not a lit joint, then that's closed, right? But yeah, they made it more strict with.
Yeah, in the cannabis sense, I believe
it's not the worst.
It has to be where the driver can't get it.
Not accessible to the driver,
or
preferably locked, or passenger, preferably locked up in either the glove box or the trunk, which. I have a hard time understanding of how am I supposed to roll joints while we're driving.
Yeah, exactly.
If the glove box is accessible to the driver, though, so if you're at if you're taking a
locked glove box.
Well, doesn't the driver have the key?
Yeah, but he's not going to take the key out when he's driving. I would hope
that would be obstruction, obstructed driving.
Well, if you're in a motorcycle, you've got to have it in a locked box on your motorcycle. I mean, those rules are fine. I don't really care. Some of that stuff's too extreme, but that doesn't really matter. That we can deal with that stuff later.
Do they have signs up on the highways like they do here? Dana, they have "Please don't drive high" signs, and then a big pot leaf with the big thing through it, and your keys.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. All over the highways, they have that now here.
Got to spend that tax money somewhere.
Yep. Right and that billboard is right beside it too. So you'll see don't drink and smoke, and then hey, let's go to Tweed.
Let's go to tweet.
So, I wanted to make sure that we gave you a few minutes to plug, and then I think we're going to wrap it up because it's already 8:30.
Well, I plugged my books at potheadbooks.com. Our dispensary does mail order across Canada, cannabisdispensary.ca, and we're still in business and planning on staying in business for the next as long as we can. So if you need cannabis, you can contact us there. And all my stuff's at danalarson.com, all my other links and things. I've got a cannabis cream company, mjcreams.ca. You can get topical cannabis products, and we got a cool sex lube that will get your junk high. And so there's all kinds of cool stuff going on there.
Hi, John.
And on that note.
Darcy, you guys are still waiting. Where can people find out information about THC?
You can find us at churlherbal.ca. We are still waiting. Hopefully next week, as we say every week when we leave the office on Friday. Hopefully next week. Other than that, I'd just like to say that we are a patient-run company, patients for patients, and like I said, we supply patients first, stoners second.
Right on.
What do you got coming up this week, Mary Jane? Anything fun?
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to go visit Marcel on the East Coast. I have a few stores out there I'm going to go visit as part of my tour.
Does that mean that you're going to be there doing the show on the Friday?
No, I'm actually going to be doing the show from the airport on Friday.
That'll be interesting. Somebody's choking. Is everybody okay?
It was me. Darcy gave me hash. I'm dying on it.
Is it good?
It is.
MJ, if you're down this way, if you're going to Halifax, you got to drive right by through. You can't stop and have a puff.
Oh, I'll definitely stop by.
Not a problem.
Dana, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure talking to you, sir.
Hey, thanks for having me. That was lots of fun.
We'll do it again soon. I like to keep up with what's going on in the East Coast or in the West Coast because we always hear about what's going on out in the East Coast.
Well, there's lots going on out here, so I'm always happy to fill you in whenever you want to chat.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We're going to say good night, and I can't remember who we've got next week, but I'm sure it'll be somebody.
I don't think we have anybody booked yet for next week, so no.
If anybody wants to come and talk to us, it's fun. You see, you just heard Dana say that. All right, this is the 420 Radio Show. We are live here at Gunjanistas in Hamilton, Ontario. We'll be back next week at 7. Tune in at lifestyleradio.net and 420radio.ca. Thanks, guys.
Have a good one. Peace out. Peace, love, hippie shit, and all that other stuff.
Hippie tits.
Hippie
Peace,
tits.
love, and hippie tits. And that
Hippie tits.
Good night, guys.
Night.
See? That was that hash.
This is Chong. And you're listening to Lifestyle Radio. What is it? Lifestyle Radio. Say it one more time. 420 Radio? Ooh.
Hang up and try again.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not?
Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.